Chapter 1. In the open study room, there were all kinds of exquisite and expensive furnishings. On the zither table, there was a seemingly simple yet luxurious zither. On the side, there was an incense burner that emitted a fragrance. It was light and not strong, but made people feel that it smelled particularly good. On one side, there was a chaise lounge. On the chaise lounge, there were 2 books scattered. One of them was flipped open and turned upside down on the chaise lounge. On the cover, there were 3 words Chu and Fong Fu. Looking at the treasure pavilion again, after a closer look, it really made people suck in a breath of cold air. Each and every item could be said to be the best. What was even rarer was that they were all exquisite beyond compare. Any one of them was worth at least 1,000 gold. Behind the treasure pavilion, the most attractive thing was not the various rare books that were placed on the bookshelves, nor was it the famous calligraphy and paintings that were hung on the wall. Instead, it was the man who was sitting at the large red sandalwood table, seriously writing something. The 6th prince, Jin Qin Wang, Li Han Yuan. Black brocade, clothes embroidered with dark patterns. The collar and cuffs were flamboyant and unbridled blood red, especially the purplish-black pattern. It made people feel strange and inexplicable. They were unwilling to look at it more. However, that extraordinarily handsome face was like the most perfect work that the best sculptor had spent countless painstaking efforts to carve out. The cold eyebrows did not detract from his uniqueness. Only that pair of eyes that seemed to have been crafted by gods, because of the dark color of his pupils, seemed to clearly show that he was gloomy and not easy to get close to. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. Enter, hearing the voice that made people feel numb. But because of the coldness and ruthlessness inside, they did not dare to have any ripples. A man in black silently came in, kneeled on one knee, and respectfully said, "Master, Miss Luo has arrived in the capital." The hand that was writing unhurriedly paused. In the span of a dozen breaths, it was as if it was fixed and did not have any reaction. The pen that was just dipped in ink, following this pause, a drop of ink dripped down and fell on the paper. The paper that was about to be finished was thus wasted. Li Han Yuan put down the pen in his hand and slowly raised it up, covering the place where his heart was. His heartbeat was like a drum. His heart, which had always been beating steadily, would not slow down or speed up no matter who it was. Every time he heard news about her, it would involuntarily speed up. It was no longer under his control. He did not want to control it. He did not want to control it. Amidst the rapid throbbing, there were also waves of sharp pain. He could not help but lower his head and let out a low moan that seemed to be both painful and joyful. It was not a pleasant feeling, but he enjoyed it very much. The kneeling man lowered his head and held his breath. He almost didn't dare to breathe. He had been by his master's side for more than a day or 2. At this moment, he couldn't make the slightest sound. Otherwise, the thought of the consequences made the blood in his body turn cold. But Master's voice really made her want to die. "Where are you?" She seemed to have regained her calm. "We will reach the Luo residence in about an hour. Prepare the car." "Yes." He respectfully replied and got up to leave. When he reached the door, he could not maintain his calm and showed a bit of embarrassment. Outside the door, Eunuch Mu glanced at the number 1 shadow guard by his master's side with pity. Master would only show real emotional fluctuations when it was related to Miss Luo. It was not an act to deal with others. It was reasonable to say that at this time, Master would be affected by human emotions and would be easier to get close to. However, the truth was the opposite. Master at this time was the strangest, most terrifying, and most frightening. The shadow guard in black calmed down and said with a deadpan face, "Master wants to use the carriage." Eunuch Mu nodded and turned to prepare. On the other side, because the masters who stayed in Guangyuan Prefecture's Qi and Prefecture were all going to the capital together, there were a lot of things accompanying them. A row of carriages and boxes. One could not see the end of it at a glance. It attracted many passers-by to stop and talk about it. They were all curious about which noble family this was. "Miss, the capital is really as lively and luxurious as those storytellers said." A young girl dressed as a maidservant lifted the corner of the curtain and peeked out from the gap. She looked at the scenery outside and said excitedly. A hand reached out and slapped the back of the maidservant's hand, reprimanding her in a low voice. Qingju, now that we're in the capital, it's not like Qi in prefecture. How can you be so rash? If people see you, they will only say that Miss is not dignified and even say that the Luo family is not good. Have you thought of the consequences? The voice was even a bit cold. Qingju touched the back of her hand that was red from the slap and felt a bit wronged. Sister Zhu, I won't dare to do it again. On the other hand, the woman who was leaning on the big pillow was surnamed Luo and given name Jingwan. Although she was not a peerless beauty, her skin was white and flawless. It was pleasing to the eye and made people envious. It was just that her complexion was a bit sickly and pale. She was also thin, so it was inevitable that she would lose some of her beauty. Hearing this, she opened her beautiful eyes and laughed. Qingju, it's not that serious. She then got up slightly and reached out to stroke Qingju's head as if she was comforting a child. Don't be anxious. I'm afraid that you won't leave the capital in the future. There's plenty of time to take a look. Miss. Qingju looked at her miss with a bit of anger and embarrassment. Miss was clearly younger than her by a year, but in front of her, she always acted like a child and was always teased by her like a child. Jingwan laughed out loud, but when she thought of her current situation, she hurriedly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, but the teasing in her eyes was still there. Qingju looked on from the side and felt helpless. Qingju's temperament was mostly due to Mississippi, and the old madam of the family also doted on Miss, as if she was her own flesh and blood. Even the etiquette instructor couldn't say much. Moreover, Miss had a good temperament and was gentle and considerate. She also had a bit of straightforwardness that other young ladies didn't have. And she in prefecture, who knew how many madams and madams liked her. Unfortunately, the old madam didn't like the children and grandchildren of those families. But very quickly, Jingwan's smile faded and she felt a bit nauseous. She was really helpless when it came to carriage sickness. Qingju hurriedly took out a plum from a small drawer at the side and handed one to her. Miss, bear with it a little longer. We'll be there soon. Jingwan put the plum in her mouth. I'm fine. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. The two maidservants saw her like this and really felt sorry for her. Miss had always been healthy. According to the old madam, even when she was young, she rarely fell ill. They didn't expect that after sitting in the carriage for so long, she would be so dizzy. In the first 10 days, she vomited until her intestines turned over and her stomach turned. Her whole body quickly lost weight, which scared them to death. They slowed down the journey again and again. Later on, it was better to take a boat. But after entering the capital for half a day, the carriage looked uncomfortable again. The sound outside gradually faded. They should be arriving soon. Sure enough, not long after, the carriage stopped. Soon, Jingwan's wet nurse's voice came from outside. Miss, we've arrived. The curtain in front of the carriage door was lifted. The wet nurse, the tutor, and the other two maidservants, Qing Mei and Qing Lan, were waiting outside. Every time they sat in the carriage, the 6 of them took turns to serve Jingwan. Jingwan was supported and stepped down on a small stool. The moment she landed, she felt at ease. Finally, she didn't have to suffer anymore. She touched her chest. Wan, come here and let grandmother take a look. Madame Luo stood beside the carriage, leaving her son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter in front of her, and waved to Jingwan with a distressed face. It made the people who were ready to pay their respects to show their filial piety unable to do so. They were very embarrassed. Jingwan hurriedly stepped forward and held Madame Luo's hand. Grandmother, look at your little face. Are you still uncomfortable? Madame Luo touched her face. Jingwan pursed her lips and smiled. Grandmother, don't worry. I'm fine. Aren't we already home? After a few days of rest, I'm sure I'll be white and fat again. You have to take good care of yourself. Madame Luo turned her head and said to her eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Luo, send more nourishing food like birds' nest to Wanwan. This child has suffered a lot along the way. Yes, mother, don't worry. When I received the letter, I knew that the third daughter had suffered along the way. I've already prepared the things. Madame Wang responded properly, and looked at Jingwan with affection and distress. Yes, I'm relieved when you do things. Madame Luo nodded and responded lightly. Chapter 2. After that, the people at the door saluted. Because Jingwan's grandfather and eldest uncle were not on vacation, they were busy with official matters at the yamen. Of course, even if grandfather was at home, he would not come out to welcome them. At a glance, the people from the first branch, second branch, and third branch were all present. With the addition of the servants, it was a dark mass. Jingwan felt dizzy just looking at it. Then, there was also fourth uncle's family who came to the capital with them. Hee, it would be lively in the future. Jingwan greeted the elders. Although these people were all smiling, many of them were definitely unhappy, especially the cousins of the same generation. Because of her, they had to spend at least half a month on the journey. It was obvious how much old Madame doted on her. After all, fourth uncle's youngest son and old Madame's youngest grandson had been under old Madame's watch since birth, but they were not as doted on as her. In this family, apart from grandfather Luo Peishan, old Madame had the highest status. It went without saying what it meant to be doted on by her, especially in the grandchildren's generation, several of whom were about to get married. Jingwan looked at her parents, whom she hadn't seen for 3 years. They were almost the same as 3 years ago. Father Luo Rongyin was still indifferent, and Mother Madame Zhang was still beautiful and untainted by worldly affairs. To be honest, the husband and wife were a good match. They were both people who treated money like dirt and pursued romance. It was a blessing to be able to live like this for the rest of their lives. It was just that the children had to work harder. She didn't mind, but as for the rest, she still had her brother to support her. Looking at her mother, who was about to cry because of her illness, Jingwan could only smile and comfort her. Mother, you must be tired from the journey. Go in and have a good rest. We can talk about other things later, okay? She stepped forward. Jingwan and Luo Rongyin looked at each other, reached a tacit understanding between father and daughter, and consciously took a step back. Old Madame saw her second daughter-in-law's reaction and fell helpless. She also missed her children and grandchildren, so it was good to let them talk first. So she took her second son's hand and said, Wan, go back with your mother first. You don't have to come over. You can pay respects to your grandfather tonight. After Jingwan agreed, they walked into the mansion and asked about the situation in the capital. The others followed closely behind. Madame Zhang hurriedly stepped forward and touched and looked at Jingwan. She asked a series of questions from her head to her heels. Madame Zhang held Jingwan's bony hand and thought of her fair and tender daughter when she left Qi and Manor 3 years ago. She couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears rolled down her face like a broken string of beads. Jingwan had been enduring the discomfort and patiently answering her every question, but now she sighed helplessly in her heart. Mother, I'm really fine. I'll be fine in a few days. Don't cry, okay? While wiping her tears with a handkerchief, she winked at her brother. But the bastard who stayed behind for her sister shrugged his shoulders at her, indicating that there was nothing he could do. However, this interaction made the estrangement that had formed between the siblings over the past 3 years disappear without a trace. Furin, don't cry. If you continue crying, third young miss will feel uncomfortable and her body will be even more uncomfortable. Don't you think so? The most important thing now is to let third young miss rest. A seemingly gentle and dignified woman gently advised from his side. When Jingwan heard this, she glanced at her. She had never seen her before. She was standing behind her mother and had a matronly hairstyle. In addition, there was her father's concubine next to her. Her status was self-evident. She was probably married in the past 3 years. But who was she acting like she was more like a legitimate wife than her mother? Since her mother couldn't hold it up, then as a concubine, you should obediently hide. Madame Zhang unconsciously stroked her stomach, but Jingwan didn't say anything. Right. Madame Zhang hurriedly wiped her tears. Wan, Mother won't say anymore. Let's go back first. Mother has already decorated your courtyard. Take a look. If there's anything you don't like, tell Mother and I'll change it for you. Mother decorated it. There's nothing bad about it, Jingwan said with a smile. Just as she was about to enter the Luo Fu, she seemed to feel something and looked back. Diagonally across the road, under a crooked tree, there was a carriage covered in green cloth. There was no special symbol on it. Because of the shade of the tree, she could only vaguely see that the curtains seemed to be half-hanging. As for the situation inside the carriage, she couldn't see at all. There wasn't even a shadow outside the carriage. Could it be that there was someone in the carriage? Was someone watching her? It was most likely an illusion. From the moment Jingwan came down from the carriage to the moment she entered the Luo Fu, Li Hongyuan stared at her without blinking. He used all the strength in his body to prevent himself from rushing over the moment she appeared, snatching her in front of everyone in the Luo Fu, and then crushing her into his flesh and blood. Wan 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 Wan. He repeatedly warned himself that it was still far from the time. There would be a day when he would officially marry her and make her completely belong to him. And E, who was behind the carriage, heard his master's whispers and faintly smelled the faint smell of blood in the carriage. It was very inconceivable. He had followed his master for 6 years. Although there was blood on his master's body countless times, it wasn't his. He didn't even see a scratch on his master's skin. Now he just saw that Miss Luo, and he hurt himself. And E, send the prepared things over. Li Hongyuan's voice was hoarse and tired after using all his strength, and he was shocked again and again. That Miss Luo wasn't some national beauty. As far as he knew, that Miss Luo came to the capital for the first time. Since his master was born, he had never left the imperial city. Why was his master's obsession with her so deep? No, it wasn't just an obsession. It was simply a demonic barrier. There must be a secret that no one knew about. It wasn't something that they could find out. Stopping all thoughts and strictly adhering to one's duty was the right way. Master had always been fair in his rewards and punishments. If you overstepped even a little bit, you would definitely regret walking in this world. And if it was related to Miss Luo, if you attempted to pry into his inner secrets, it would be better to die than to live. Yes, ever since Miss Luo left Qianfu and started to feel unwell, Master had received an incomparably detailed message from the Shadow Guards. During that time, Master was particularly violent. The more details he knew, the worse his mood would be. However, if the Shadow Guards dared to leave out even a little bit, they would have to be prepared to go to the Yellow Springs. In the eyes of these people who served him closely, it was simply self-abuse. On the surface, everyone was affected by him. Once this person went crazy, even if it was those princes and princesses, which one of them didn't retreat to some extent. Even the emperor had endless headaches and made him scram far away. If there was no reason, don't enter the imperial palace, not to mention secretly. In fact, the most miserable was still the Ministry of Works. Jin Xinhuang's carriage was uncomfortable and requested them to modify the carriage. After so long, there was no progress, and he almost smashed the entire Ministry of Works. Meeting such a demon king, they could only pray for their own good fortune. Collecting countless things that could alleviate Miss Luo's discomfort, turning around 10 or 8 corners, they had to send things to her. Now, they could naturally use the same method to send the best nourishment over. Nobody would know. Even if someone went to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of deliberate actions from beginning to end. Make proper arrangements in Luo Fu. Don't give the matter of Wan Wan to that stupid woman, Zhang Shi. Yes, and he felt powerless. According to Master's current attitude, that stupid woman would definitely become Master's mother-in-law. Was it really good to talk about your future mother-in-law like this? She just didn't let your sweetheart rest in time. Return to the Fu. Yes. Quietly arriving at Jinwang Fu, Li Hongyuan came down from the carriage, prepare water, bathing, and changing clothes. Mu Gonggong hurriedly ordered people to prepare. Upon closer inspection, one would find that his clothes were almost soaked with sweat, and there was a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. Silently and quickly preparing everything, Mu Gonggong walked to the door and closed it. He only glanced at an E and quickly moved his line of sight away, without the slightest intention of asking. Chapter 3. Jingwan was not in the mood to look at her new territory. She washed up, took off her hair ornaments, changed her clothes, and went to bed to rest. She needed to have enough energy to deal with what might happen next. After waking up, Jingwan's energy was back. She only looked thin and not sick. She drank a bowl of thick bloodbird's nest porridge and changed her clothes. The color was not very fresh, but Jingwan was able to keep it down. She combed her hair into a simple bun and inserted a pair of hairpins. The hairpins were very delicate, as thin as a cicada's wings and as light as the wings. Jingwan led the etiquette instructor and Qing Zhu through a small door and entered her parents' courtyard. The courtyard she lived in now was very close to her parents' courtyard, so it was reserved for her 3 years ago. Jingwan took a look at the courtyard. It really lived up to its name, Falling Plum House. Plum trees could be seen everywhere in different postures. It was a pity that the winter plum blossoms had withered, and there were no spring plum blossoms in the courtyard, so she could not see their beauty. However, in her previous life, Jingwan's main focus was flowers. She only needed to look at the trees to know what kind of plum blossoms were. According to the color, there were red plum blossoms, yellow plum blossoms, white plum blossoms, and a few rare green plum blossoms. For this place, these were already very rare. Especially rare treasures were really hard to come by. Third young lady, you're here. Master and Madam are waiting for you. The maidservant politely lifted the curtain. Although it was the first time she saw her, her appearance was very familiar, and she was full of smiles. In this life, since she was born, she had been living in this kind of environment. No matter how uncomfortable she was, she had already adapted. Jingwan nodded and walked in unhurriedly. There were quite a lot of people. Most likely, everyone in the second branch, except for her older brother, was present. Because of her arrival, the original chatter and laughter suddenly stopped, and they all looked at her. Jingwan's expression did not change. She directly knelt in front of Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang originally wanted to support her, but after a pause, she sat back down. Jingwan respectfully kowtowed. I haven't been able to serve father and mother for several years. It's your daughter's fault for not being filial. Luo Rongyin, who was originally calm, couldn't sit still anymore. He even helped Jingwan up before Zhang sure did. My son is serving old madam to fulfill filial piety for his parents. How could he be unfilial? Old madam also said that her health has been improving over the past few years. My son has contributed greatly to this. Although they were father and daughter, Jingwan had already grown up. After Luo Rongyin helped her up, he naturally let go of her hand. Looking at his slender and elegant eldest daughter, he felt rather emotional. It was as if it was only yesterday that he had hugged and teased her. Isn't it only right to be filial to your grandmother? How can you talk about merits? I wonder how father and mother have been these years. She's fine, she's fine. Mrs. Zhang didn't care about anything else. She pulled Jingwan to her side and sat down with her. There's finally some color in your little face. Jingwan smiled. Her mother, Mrs. Zhang, sometimes really made people speechless. Although she couldn't deny that she was a good mother, her kindness often didn't reach the point. When she shouldn't, she might be overflowing with motherly love. When she should be, she might not be in the right state. She would caress her hand as if she was comforting her and not say much about her own body. Younger brothers and sisters, you've all grown up. This time, I brought some things to the capital. Once I've finished arranging them, I'll have someone send them to you. If you don't like them, just tell me. I'll definitely give you something you like. Who wouldn't like something given by third older sister? The 7 or 8-year-old girl said with a smile. In addition to her biological brother, Luo Jinghua, who ranked second among all the brothers, Jingwan also had 2 sisters and 1 younger brother. Luo Jingyu ranked 5th among the sisters. Luo Jingwei ranked 9th. And Luo Jingming ranked 6th among the brothers. They were 13, 7, and 11 years old respectively. The 2 sisters were born from the same mother, concubine Ji, a concubine taken in from outside. The younger brother's birth mother was concubine Ping, a servant who accompanied Mrs. Zhang when she married. The remaining 2 only thanked her and didn't say anything else. Ninth younger sister's mouth is getting sweeter. Concubine G taught you well. Concubine G hurriedly got up and said humbly, "This concubine doesn't dare to claim credit. It's all because Madam taught me well." Jingwan smiled non-committally and didn't say anything else. She turned to the third concubine and said, "I didn't know that our second branch had half a master." Luo Rongyin coughed awkwardly. He always knew that his daughter didn't like concubines. She never said it out of consideration for him as her father, but sometimes it was quite obvious. In fact, he wasn't a lecherous person. However, this was a gift from above, so he couldn't refuse it. "This is Concubine Bai, who advanced a year ago." Jingwan nodded and said, "Mother, daughter sees that Concubine Bai's clothes are a bit old and her jewelry is a bit plain. Concubine Bai doesn't look much older than daughter and is in the prime of her life. She should dress up prettily and be delicate. That way, everyone will be happy to see her, right? Give Concubine Bai a few more bolts of beautiful satin. Father shouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. Our family doesn't lack that bit of money." She glanced at the other two concubines. As a man, Luo Rongyin was obviously a bit confused. They hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Did Wan's personality change? Madame Zhang looked at Concubine Bai and nodded in realization. "I was wondering why Concubine Bai looked a bit awkward. Wan really has good taste. Fei Tsue, go to my storeroom and pick out a few bolts of brighter satin for Concubine Bai. Concubine G and Concubine Ping should also send 2 bolts." Since Madame Zhang said so, the 3 concubines naturally hurriedly got up and thanked her. As for Concubine G, who had always been fighting with Concubine Bai, not only did she not feel unhappy because Madame Bai received more satin, she was smiling on the surface and her heart was even more carefree. She didn't need to look to know what Madame Bai looked like. Madame didn't care about matters, but she always had a stable position in Luo Rongyin's heart. That concubine Ping, even if she gave birth to a son, she was still a wooden person. As such, she felt that she was someone who knew how to make trouble. As long as she didn't go overboard, her position in the second branch wasn't low. However, ever since Madame Bai came, relying on her youth and beauty, not only did she want to fight for Luo Rongyin's favor, she even wanted to suppress Madame Zhang. She carried the attitude of a virtuous wife and mother. Those who didn't know would think that she was the legitimate madam of the second branch. Madame Zhang might not have noticed, or perhaps she didn't care. However, the third young lady was different. The third young lady gained wisdom early and was smart from a young age. She was steady, neither arrogant nor rash. Most of the time, she was like a little adult. Although she didn't like them concubines, she never made things difficult for them. If they didn't touch her bottom line, she would be too lazy to pay attention to you. She was a little cold to her younger brothers and sisters, but she was never harsh. When outside, she even protected them. Madame Bai's behavior obviously made her angry. The third young lady had a good temper and treated people kindly, but when it came to dealing with someone, she was not the least bit careless. She didn't think that Madame Bai had the ability to go against the third young lady. Concubine Bai's hands were tightly clenched into fists in her sleeves. She had heard a lot about the third young lady before, but they were all about her intelligence, filial piety, good temper, and so on. She didn't take it to heart at all. Now she knew that her previous thoughts were very wrong. Concubine G might not count for anything, but the third young lady might be her biggest opponent in the second branch. Concubine Bai quietly raised her eyes to look at Jingwan. As a result, her eyes happened to meet with Jingwan's. That pair of eyes was very much like Ye's, faint and without any emotion. However, Concubine Bai felt that her thoughts had been seen clearly by her. She was very frightened and quickly lowered her eyes. Concubine Bai's complexion is not very good. Are you feeling unwell? Why don't we invite a doctor to take a look? No need. Concubine Bai felt that she spoke a little too hastily. Many thanks to the third young lady. This concubine is fine. No need to trouble yourself. Your body is your own. If you endure it and don't say it, you will only suffer. Jingwan saw it clearly. Just now, she subconsciously stroked her belly again. Although she withdrew her hand very quickly, Don't ask why she was so sensitive. In her previous life, the woman who intervened in her parents' marriage had a flat belly. She rushed to her mother and said that she was pregnant with her father's child. She didn't believe it, but her mother was sad. At that time, she heard her mother say that a pregnant woman's movements were always very careful, even unconsciously. "Mother, call a doctor. He can also take my pulse so that you can rest assured." "That's right," Madame Zhang hurriedly said. Luo Rongyin also nodded in agreement. "Madame Bai, you don't have to go against Wan's good intentions." What could Madame Bai say? No matter what she thought in her heart, she could only bow to Jingwan and thank her profusely. The other people in the room might not feel anything, but Madame Zhang's nanny in charge and Madame Ji's eyes fell on Concubine Bai. They knew very well what kind of person the third young lady was. She would not take the initiative to care for a concubine. Chapter 4. There was a doctor in the Luo mansion, so the doctor came quickly. Because he was a white-haired old doctor, there was no need to avoid arousing suspicion. Separated by a handkerchief, the old doctor carefully took Jingwan's pulse. Because the old madam had already sent someone to inform him to take third young lady's pulse later, knowing that Jingwan was favored, he naturally did not dare to slight her. Third young lady has a good foundation. There is nothing wrong with her body. She will be fine after some rest. In fact, the old doctor was very surprised by Jingwan's health. Even if she looked thin now, she was much stronger than many young ladies. Hearing this, Madame Zhang was finally relieved. Then, under the eyes of a group of people, Concubine Bai braced herself and stretched out her hand to let the doctor take her pulse. In the eyes of others, Jingwan letting the doctor take her pulse could be considered a grace. After all, this doctor came from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Not to mention a concubine, even a master who didn't have any status in this fu wouldn't be able to invite him. If she dared to say half a word of refusal, she would be seen as unable to differentiate good from bad. Since she could not hide it, she could only face it calmly. After all, she was not very sure. Her period was not very accurate. It was good to confirm it, so that she would not be always on tenterhooks. "Thank you for your trouble." After the doctor felt the pulse, he was basically sure. However, he could not make the slightest mistake. He changed his hand and then touched his beard. "Congratulations, second master and second madam. This concubine is pregnant. It's about a month and a half." Madame Zhang froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "This is really a joyous occasion. Our second branch hasn't had a child for many years. This child might be a white and chubby boy. Later, I'll tell mother this good news and let her be happy." Then she asked the nanny in charge to see the doctor out. Luo Rongyin was a little surprised. He was happy, but not much. After all, he had 5 children, compared to his best friend's family, who prayed to the gods, prayed to Buddha, looked for doctors, and ate all kinds of folk remedies, but still did not have a child. He was definitely considered to have a lot of children. However, the people of the world all paid attention to having more children. Luo Rongyin softened his tone towards Concubine Bai. "Since you're already pregnant, just take good care of him." "Yes." Seeing Luo Rongyin's attitude, Concubine Bai felt shy and happy. It was hard not to be moved by this handsome and elegant man. She was originally an unfavored concubine's daughter and had long given up hope for her husband. When that nominal uncle of hers had sent her away, her heart had been like dead ashes. But after seeing the Luo family's second master, she suddenly felt that the heavens still pitied her. She had done the right thing by trying to conceive this child. Ji Yinyang gritted her teeth in hatred. For so many years, she wanted to be pregnant again, wanted to give birth to a son. Unfortunately, there was no movement at all. Her body was clearly very good, but she couldn't get pregnant. Now, she actually let this slut beat her to it. Seeing that her master, who had always been indifferent to them, valued this slut more, she was about to die of jealousy. Concubine Bai suddenly glanced at Jingwan, who was looking down in silence, and suddenly said, "Today, we have to thank 3rd Mississippi, otherwise this concubine doesn't know what to do. If this concubine accidentally hurt my master's child, then this concubine can't absolve herself from the blame. I don't know whether third miss likes a younger brother or a younger sister. Previously, I've always heard that third miss is a good older sister. Now, she no longer concealed it and rubbed her belly. She touched her belly and looked at Jingwan with a trace of provocation. Jingwan could feel that her mother was truly happy because of concubine Bai's pregnancy, but there was also a hidden bitterness that even she herself didn't notice. As long as a woman had the slightest bit of admiration for her husband, she would definitely not be indifferent if her husband had a child with another woman. Her mother's heart was filled with her father and was filled with love. She was an unmarried girl. She couldn't talk about having children, so she could only silently comfort her mother, even if the other party didn't know her intentions. Originally, exposing Baishur was to give her a warning. But why did this person have to rush forward to court death? Jingwan looked at her and suddenly tilted her head. Her smile was like a flower, the most pure and beautiful. But the words she said couldn't help but make the hearts of those who understood tremble. My father and mother's child, whether it's a younger brother or a younger sister, I like them all. As long as her father didn't side with Baishur, it was too easy to keep the child and get rid of the mother. Many of them felt that Baishur was a smart person who didn't lack beauty and skills. But how could she become stupid with a child in her belly? Did she really think that she had the capital to step on third Miss's head? 10 months of pregnancy. It hasn't even been 2 months. Even if she safely gave birth to a son in the future, so what? Third Miss has a legitimate brother and parents who love her. Even if she marries, she won't rely on you, a son of a concubine. On the contrary, if you win her over, there will be endless benefits. Concubine G pulled her handkerchief and sneered. Jealousy was jealousy, but towards concubine Bai, there was some contempt. Master, concubine Bai seemed to have suffered a great grievance. She looked at Luo Rongyin and was about to cry. That delicate and pitiful appearance made people want to hold her in their arms and pity her. Unfortunately, Luo Rongyin wasn't a person who cared for women most of the time, especially him who didn't understand the twists and turns of the inner courtyard. He felt that Baishur's crying was inexplicable. Everything was clearly fine, and everyone was happy. Were you looking for bad luck? And the scene was a bit strange. It was related to the eldest daughter, but he was sure that the source was Baishur. He wasn't interested in getting to the bottom of it and frowned. Why are you crying? Baishur choked, and her face turned green and white. Those who didn't like her couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Enough, go back and take care of the child. Don't raise the child into a crying bag. Luo Rongyin stood up and dusted his robes. As the male master of the courtyard with the highest status, when he stood up, the others naturally wouldn't continue to sit. Luo Rongyin looked at Jingwan. It's late. It's time to go to the main courtyard to pay respects to your grandfather. Jingwan nodded in agreement. The nanny in charge returned. She didn't know what happened and only felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Because the masters were going to the main courtyard, she didn't say much and respectfully sent them off. Then she looked at the pale Baishur. Concubine Bai, you should go back and rest early. Baishur had never been treated like this since she entered the Luo family. She gritted her teeth, pinched her handkerchief, and turned to leave. Concubine G fanned herself with the handkerchief like a fan and went back to her small courtyard in a carefree manner. Following her was Concubine Ping, who had been acting like a block of wood. Luo Rongyin and his wife took the 4 children and a group of servants and majestically went to the main courtyard. Jingwan looked at the Luo residence that wasn't luxurious but was full of elegance. Her thoughts drifted a bit. The Luo family was a scholarly family that had been passed down for 200 or 300 years. Although it couldn't be called an aristocratic family, its reputation wasn't small. The current head of the family, Luo Peishan, was the current Minister of Rights. Although he didn't have as much power as the cabinet ministers or the Minister of Personnel, he was still an important official of the imperial court. In addition, Jingwan's second granduncle was a famous scholar in the last 20 years. He taught countless students and could be said to have students all over the world. However, this granduncle's temper was a bit strange. Not only was he unmarried, he didn't leave behind a single child. Grandfather wanted him to live out his remaining years in the Luo residence, but he flatly refused. It was likely that other than grandfather, no one knew where he was now. However, he had many disciples, so there was no need to worry about him not having anyone to serve him. As for the Minister of Rites, Luo Peishan, Jingwan hadn't seen him that many times. Even if they had lived under the same roof, it was common to not see him for several months. However, in Jingwan's eyes, this person's life could be called a legend. The Luo family's foundation was in Guangyuan Prefecture's Qiyin Prefecture. Luo Peishan could be said to be full of wisdom. At the age of 20, he was third place in the imperial examinations. At that time, the Luo family wasn't prominent, but it could be said to be full of nobility. When Madame Luo was in her boudoir, she was also doted on. As a result, Luo Peishan was under arrest. Luo Peishan was an ambitious person. He didn't want to rely on his wife's nepotism to stay in the capital. Instead, he asked to be sent out. Madame Luo firmly supported him. No matter how hard it was, she always accompanied him. No matter where he was, Luo Peishan's political achievements were always outstanding. In the capital, with the help of his wife's family, it could be said that he was promoted step by step. Not long after Jingwan was born, after her great-grandparents died one after another, the whole family returned to Qiyin Prefecture to observe mourning. Grandfather Luo Peishan had been in mourning for almost 6 years. In this treacherous place of officialdom, not to mention 6 years, even 2 or 3 years was very fatal. There was basically no room for a comeback. However, Luo Peishan climbed up and even sat in the position of minister. Jingwan even faintly felt that he might have the ambition to go further. As for Madame Luo, because of her early years of hard work and the injuries she suffered when giving birth to a young daughter, she was basically recuperating in Qiyin Prefecture. Because of her grandfather's high position, the others gradually entered the capital. It wasn't until 3 years ago that, other than Madame Luo, Jingwan, and Jingwan's fourth uncle's family, the rest of Luo Peishan's branch all entered the capital. At that time, Jingwan stayed. Other than Madame Luo's expectations, she also liked Qiyin Prefecture very much. Because Guangyuan Prefecture's Qiyin Prefecture was in the south, and she was also a southerner in her previous life. Third sister. Chapter 5. Since the old madam had come to the capital, the dinner on the first night was naturally set in the main courtyard, and the whole family gathered together. Therefore, it was not strange to meet the third branch, who were also going to the main courtyard at this time. Luo Peishan had 4 sons and 3 daughters in total. Only 1 son and 1 daughter were born of concubines. The son was Jingwan's third uncle, Luo Romping. His wife, Mrs. Lu, was from the Count's family and was a descendant of one of the 4 dukes and 9 marquises who had followed the Emperor Taizu. The Qi Yuan dynasty had been established for nearly 100 years. The Emperor Taizu was a commoner, and the people who followed him came from all walks of life, from aristocratic families to the nobles of the previous dynasty. Because the latter followed him from the beginning and were loyal to him, it was difficult for the latter to win the emperor's trust, even if the latter used all their wealth to help him in the future. There were 4 dukes and 9 marquises, and the 3 dukes and 5 marquises, which was extremely glorious. Unfortunately, the 3 dukes and 5 marquises at that time were as prestigious as they were now. Although they still had descendants and more or less had a title of nobility, so what? The title of nobility was just a nice-sounding title. Inside, it was not as good as a small official of the 4th or 5th rank. For example, Mrs. Lu's family used to be a duke at the beginning, but now it was just a count. The iron scroll bestowed by the Emperor Taizu was also taken away and destroyed by Mrs. Lu's father. It was impossible to get it back, let alone restore its original glory. As for the other 3 dukes and 4 marquises, they were either from aristocratic families or from the previous dynasty. Because of their own profound foundation, even in the past 100 years, they had fought with the 3 dukes and 5 marquises and experienced several bloody battles for the throne. But they were never defeated like the 3 dukes and 5 marquises. There were even 1 or 2 families that rose up and were extremely noble in the current Qi Yuan dynasty. Third sister seems to have recovered. Grandmother should be relieved. The one who spoke was the legitimate daughter of the third branch, Jingwan's fourth cousin, Luo Jingying. She was the same age as Jingwan, but only 1 day younger. Because they were the closest in age, it was inevitable that they would be compared with each other. In the beginning, in the eyes of others, the fourth young lady was inferior to the third young lady in every aspect. But because she had been criticized too much, some seeds were planted in her heart at that time. Gradually, she realized that even her grandmother liked her elder sister who was 1 day older than her and treated her coldly. She became more and more jealous and competitive. She must have what Jingwan had, and she must be better. She must know what Jingwan knew, and she must be better. She must learn what Jingwan didn't know. She only had one purpose, which was to suppress Jingwan and show others who was better and more worthy of love. Even if Jingwan had a small body, she was an adult on the inside. She was an adult who had experienced the accumulation of hardships. How could she argue with a little girl? Sometimes, she would even tease her with interest. She was so ambitious and was really a good child. But as she grew older, her thoughts became more and more unbearable, exuding a rotten smell. As long as she didn't cross Jingwan's bottom line, Jingwan was generally too lazy to pay attention to her. And this disregard made Luo Jingying even angrier. It was simply a vicious cycle. After 3 years of peace, this fly began to buzz in her ears again. Considering the occasion, Jingwan didn't pick her ears. Third uncle, third aunt. Jingwan took the lead and bowed graciously. Hello, second sister. Luo Jingxiang was the eldest concubine-born daughter of the third branch. She was the second of the sisters. She was already engaged and would be married in 2 months. On the surface, she didn't have a sense of existence, just like Luo Jingying's shadow. In fact, Jingwan sometimes felt that this cousin was very interesting. Luo Jingxiang hurriedly avoided half of her body and only received half of the greeting. She bit her lip and greeted Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang before returning the greeting. Jingwan ignored Luo Jingying and greeted the elders first. Not only did it show Luo Jingying's rudeness, but also showed Luo Rongping and Madame Lu's disrespect. After all, Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang were the elder brother and sister-in-law. Luo Jingxiang's behavior was simply adding fuel to the fire. Not only were they embarrassed, but they were also ashamed. Hello, second brother, second sister-in-law. Luo Rongyin faintly responded and said a few polite words. He had never had a good impression of this younger, concubine-born brother of his who was always working hard. Luo Rongping also secretly hated him. His official position was obviously higher than his brother's, but he never received any attention from him. It was the same for his father. This second brother of his didn't do anything all day long, but no matter how hard he worked, not only did he not receive any praise, sometimes he was even scolded badly. Even in front of the servants, he was not given any face. Therefore, not only did Jingwan and Luo Jingying not get along, but the second branch and the third branch were also harmonious on the surface. In fact, as the only concubine-born son, Luo Rongping's relationship with the other 3 brothers was not good. Luo Rongyin took the lead and walked forward. When they were close, Jingwan faintly looked at Luo Jingying. The other party's eyes were as if dipped in poison. She raised her eyebrows. She was afraid that in the future, she would not be peaceful. Fourth sister has improved in the past 3 years. At least she was not like a barrel of gunpowder, immediately exploding. Luo Jingying suddenly restrained her expression and smiled like a flower. She affectionately took a few steps forward and held Jingwan's arm. Third sister, in the past, I was young and ignorant. I did some things that I shouldn't have done. You are an adult and magnanimous person, so don't lower yourself to my level. In the future, I won't be the same as before. Jingwan's temperament was not fake, but she was also someone who made a clear distinction between love and hate. Luo Jingying's behavior was disgusting. Even if others said that she did not love her sister, she would not put up a pretense of being tolerant and magnanimous. Although sometimes she would be at a disadvantage if she refused to compromise. So what? She brushed away Luo Jingying's hand. Young? You are indeed young. You are younger than me by a whole day. Oh, I shouldn't say that. When you were born, third aunt read your fortune. She said that your horoscope was weak and that you were cursed by me. During those years in Qi and Fu, you always celebrated your birthday first. Who knows how many people thought that you were the older sister? Luo Jingying's eyes immediately reddened. Third sister, are you unwilling to forgive me? Pretending to be weak? Pretending to be a little white flower? Who did she learn this from? In comparison, she found that Luo Jingying, who was like a firecracker in the past, was much too cute. Jingwan did not want to say another word to her. She quickened her pace to catch up with her parents. Luo Romping was also very angry, but he did not dare to lose his temper in front of Luo Rongyan. He also could not say anything about Jingwan. After all, it was a small matter between his daughter and niece. As an elder, he naturally could not say anything. He glanced at Luo Jingying and became even angrier. Useless. He flung his sleeves and quickly walked to the main courtyard. Mother! Luo Jingying angrily and aggrievedly pulled on the Lu matriarch's hand. This is the capital, not a place where the Luo family in Qi and Fu can cover half the sky. With Luo Jingwan's temperament, she could be like a fish in water in Qi and Fu because of the old madam's protection. In the capital, it is very different. There are as many nobles as there are clouds. Just wait and see. One day, she will suffer a great loss. My good daughter will have the opportunity to trample her into the mud. She thought about how she, the dignified daughter of a duke who had founded a country, had fallen to the point of marrying a concubine's son. If this husband had treated her better, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, she had long been disappointed in this man. Her heart had turned cold. Now, her children were the only things she cared about. Those who were above her children all deserved to die. Just wait, just wait. Luo Jingying's anger turned into a smile. Mother is right. When she first came to the capital, she also suffered a lot. But now it was different. Not only did she learn how to deal with people, but she also made great progress in poetry, music, painting, and other aspects. Luo Jingwan was completely ignorant in these aspects. Moreover, she had an advantage that Luo Jingwan absolutely did not have in a short time. She had a lot of close friends. If she used them well, they would definitely be a great weapon to deal with Luo Jingwan. Then, she glanced at Luo Jingxiang next to her and sneered. Second sister has learned how to live off one person and help the other. You're so close to the second branch. You might as well go to the second branch. The Lu matriarch looked at Luo Jingxiang with cold eyes. Go back and copy the women's commandments and women's principles 100 times. Tell your yin-yang to copy them as well. Then copy 100 scrolls of scriptures to pray for the old madam. It will be considered her merit. Luo Jingxiang nodded submissively. As for what she thought in her heart, she could only ask herself. When old madam saw Jingwan, she saw that her face had regained its color. She also just learned about the doctor's diagnosis. She was finally relieved. At the same time, she naturally knew that concubine Bai was pregnant, but she didn't take it seriously. After everyone saluted, she put aside her grandchildren who were born in the capital in the past 3 years and let Jingwan sit next to her. This kind of undisguised doting hurt many people's eyes. Some people originally wanted to say a few words of jealousy, but they didn't open their mouth. If they didn't restrain themselves, then others stopped them. Old Madam was a kind old lady, but they also knew that she was wise, decisive, and tenacious. In this family, if you were disliked by the old Madam, then your life will be very difficult. Soon, all the people of the several branches arrived. Chapter 6. Everyone in the room hurriedly got up and went out to greet him. Luo Peishan had always respected his wife. After returning from the yamen, he didn't go straight to the study, as usual. Instead, he took his eldest son back to the main courtyard. After sending his eldest son away, the husband and wife talked. After all, they were an old married couple. Naturally, they wouldn't be as clingy as young people. They roughly understood each other's situation for the past 3 years, and then went about their own business. Luo Shangshu first admonished his sons, as usual, especially his fourth son who served his mother in Qianfu. Originally, Without his father watching over him, the carefree and happy fourth master, Luo Rongwei, became like a quail. Not only did he have to reflect on himself 3 times a day, he also asked his sons to be aware of the day's big and small matters. He didn't ask them to be impartial, but to know the stakes. After admonishing his sons, it was time to teach his grandsons. Only the eldest 3, from the age of 16, would be by his side whenever he had time. Not to mention the eldest legitimate son of the eldest branch, Luo Jingde, Jingwan's elder brother from the second branch, Luo Jingbua, and the eldest concubine-born son of the third branch, Luo Jingming. Some of Luo Peishan's motives were clear as day. After entering the room, everyone sat down. Jingwan then knelt in front of Luo Peishan and kowtowed 3 times without hesitation. Luo Peishan took a sip of tea and said faintly, "You may rise." Jingwan didn't feel her grandfather's coldness at all. This person had strong ambitions, but he didn't do anything to climb up. He had principles and a bottom line. He had strict requirements for his children and grandchildren. For example, Luo Rongyin, who had no interest in officialdom. He didn't force him and let him be a small official in the Ministry of Revenue. If one day Luo Rongyin suddenly wanted to pursue fame and fortune, he probably wouldn't hesitate to support him. As for the marriage of the younger generation, it couldn't be better if it could be friendship and benefit. If it couldn't be, he wouldn't push the younger generation into a pit of fire for the sake of benefits unless he brought the family to a dead end. Jingwan might not be able to get close to such a person, but she also wouldn't have bad feelings. Over the past 10 years, her understanding of this world had deepened day by day. She was quite lucky to be born into the Luo family. Luo Peishan was in a high position and had his own power and influence. Even though he was born in a scholarly family and was tainted with a deep scholarly aura, which made his power and influence not oppressive, because he was strict with his children, all of them were in awe of him and rarely got close to him. As for the grandchildren, they were seriously influenced by their father, which made the distant relatives a joke. Luo Peishan might have some regrets, but he didn't care. However, Jingwan didn't know that in Luo Peishan's eyes, she didn't have a sense of existence. It wasn't only because of Madame Luo's care, but also because Luo Peishan found that Jingwan was different from the rest in the few interactions he had with her. She respected him and was fearless. Others might not be able to feel it, but he felt it very clearly and deeply. Moreover, from the occasional words of his wife, he knew that this granddaughter of his was kind, but also had a clear distinction between love and hate. Sometimes she was soft-hearted. It would be better to say that she cherished life and cherished everyone's life. Even if it was a servant who had made a mistake, she wouldn't easily kill him. In addition, she had principles and a bottom line. When it was time to be decisive, she would never be sloppy. She was originally talented, but she didn't show her edge. Sometimes, it was hard to say that she was not a man. It could be seen that the grandfather and granddaughter's evaluation of each other was very similar. It just happened to fulfill a sentence that Madame Luo once said. Among the grandchildren, in fact, the third daughter was the most similar to the master. This similarity was not in appearance, but in temperament. The reason why Madame Luo doted on Jingwan so much was not without the factor of loving the house and its crow. The third daughter has done very well these past few years. Jingwan was a little surprised by Luo Peishan's praise. She chuckled and said, "I don't deserve grandfather's praise. It's what a granddaughter should do." Luo Peishan nodded slightly. "I remember that you like flowers and plants. A few days ago, I got a pot of them all on. I asked someone to move it to your courtyard." This time, the surprise almost appeared on his face. However, Jingwan was also happy to get a good thing. "Thank you, grandfather, for the reward." If Madame Luo's doting on Jingwan only made some people feel indignant and some people deeply jealous, then Luo Peishan's action made even the children and grandchildren he valued and carefully cultivated have ripples in their hearts. They couldn't help but guess whether there was a deep meaning behind the head of the family, Luo Shangshu. Perhaps some people thought that it was for the sake of Luo Peishan's old wife's face that he expressed his gratitude to this granddaughter. However, those who really understood Luo Peishan knew that it was not only that. If it was only for the sake of his old wife, he could give other things. There were many things that girls could use and like. No matter what it was, as long as he said a word, there would naturally be someone to do it properly. Luo Peishan was actually a love-struck fool, because he always restrained himself and didn't want this weakness to be used by others. Very few people knew about this hobby of his. That pot of emolan was not obtained casually. It cost him 3 precious calligraphy and paintings. He also owed the eldest son a favor. With the help of an old friend, he exchanged it from someone else. If he didn't really like it, he would never do such a big thing. Previously, in the study, they saw him carefully tending to it. That appearance of his was really extremely fond of it. Now he just casually gave it to a granddaughter? These children and grandchildren didn't even dare to have the slightest bit of desire. Luo Peishan admired Jingwan's calmness. Even if she didn't know about it, looking at the other people's reactions, he was really a little disappointed. Let's set the table. Because everyone had their own thoughts, there were only a few people who were able to calmly enjoy this reunion banquet. After the meal, Luo Peishan didn't ask them to stay. On the road, they could still restrain themselves. However, when they arrive at their own territory, why is she Luo Jingwan? Why? What's so good about her that everyone likes her? A series of smashing sounds and all kinds of vicious curses were heard, not to mention the torn handkerchief. Perhaps it was because their mouths were covered. Soft voices of dissuasion sounded from the people around them. After all, if this matter was spread to Luo Shangshu's ears, wouldn't they be unable to bear the consequences? Luo Rongyin left Jingwan and Luo Jingbua at Falling Plum House and sent the other 3 concubine-born children away. Luo Rongyin, who had always been calm and collected, frowned. Luo Jingbua also had a dignified expression. Although Madame Zhang didn't understand what was going on, she knew that something was wrong. She looked at her husband and son with some apprehension. Luo Rongyin first comforted Madame Zhang and let her rest first. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her. Even if he told her, it would only make one more person worry. When he came out, he saw Jingwan holding a teacup and looking indifferent. Wan. She was already on the verge of burning with anxiety. Her daughter's behavior was really infuriating. What's wrong? Jingwan looked at Luo Rongyin with some doubts. Luo Rongyin sent all the servants away. The pot of emolan that your grandfather gave you. Is there a problem with the flour? It shouldn't be, right? It's not a problem with the flour. Luo Rongyin didn't know what to say. That was why he hated those things in the officialdom the most. Father, let me say it. Luo Jingbua saw that his father was in a difficult position and explained to Jingwan about his grandfather's love for flowers. Jingwan was silent for a moment. So, you think that grandfather is using this method to appease or compensate me? Because he wants to use me in exchange for benefits? The biggest role of a girl raised in a boudoir is nothing more than a marriage alliance. Grandfather is thinking highly of her for me? Luo Jingbua looked at his younger sister, admiring her intelligence. She was able to understand everything with just a hint. However, when he saw that she didn't even frown when she talked about her marriage, he felt that it was both familiar and unfamiliar. Little sis, things aren't that simple. An ordinary marriage alliance is a good thing for the 2 surnames. Naturally, grandfather won't feel guilty. The princes would come of age one by one, and they would be conferred the title of king. They could also start a dream about that position. The worst result would be that I would be given to one of those people. The eldest sister of the Luo family is married. The second sister is already engaged. Moreover, she is born of a concubine and her status is not enough. The fourth sister is younger than me by a day and her status is also a bit lower. After thinking about it, I am the most suitable. However, because of father's official position, my status is also reduced. At most, I can only be a concubine. Jingwan said unhurriedly. Luo Rongyin didn't know about officialdom, but he hated it and didn't want to know. A few years ago, he knew that his daughter wasn't as simple as she appeared to be. It was true that she didn't say anything, but once she did, he was shocked. He didn't know whether to reprimand her for not being reserved or feel sorry for her for seeing things so clearly. Wan. Chapter 7. Luo Jingbo wanted to step forward and knock her on the head. At this time, she still didn't take it seriously. Luo Rongyin sometimes felt helpless towards this daughter of his. Father and brother think too much. The pot of mo lan that grandfather gave had no other intentions. Jingwan said very firmly, "It's probably just because I did a good job in Qin Prefecture. I don't like flowers and plants." "How do you know?" Luo Jingbo asked in return. Jingwan hooked the corner of her mouth. "Because I believe in grandfather's character, and I believe in his wisdom. Grandfather relied more on himself to achieve his current status. In the early years, he could have climbed higher and faster. If that was the case, he might not only be the Minister of Rights, but he didn't. The three aunts married in the capital. Father and brother should know better than me what kind of people they married. They were all son-in-law, personally selected by grandfather. Now that the situation is unclear, how could grandfather easily choose a side? With his wisdom, he wouldn't be easily coerced. Moreover, if I were those people, I wouldn't choose to drag grandfather down. After all, grandfather is in charge of the Ministry of Rights. All kinds of sacrifices, celebrations, birthdays, and even funerals follow the same etiquette. As long as it's justifiable in the end, it doesn't have much to do with other things. Grandfather isn't someone who doesn't know how to be flexible. In addition, second granduncle is a scholar and has a great influence among scholars. If he's provoked, he would rather die than live in dishonor. Even if the final winner sits in that high position, he would be criticized in speech and in writing. How many emperors don't cherish their reputation and don't want to leave their names in history? It's not like they want to kill all the scholars in the world, right? At this point, Jingwan suddenly felt that her grandfather didn't want to advance further, but deliberately won the position of Minister of Rights. Because this position wasn't too conspicuous, but it also wouldn't be casually stepped on by others. In the current situation, it couldn't be better. After listening to Jingwan's words, it seemed to be the case. The two people looked at Jingwan with a different gaze again. Finally, Luo Jingbo said rather complicatedly, "If grandfather heard your words, he would probably be very happy. He would even feel that it's a pity that you're not a man. There's nothing to be regretful about. I'm very satisfied that I'm a girl. If father is still worried, why don't you ask first uncle tomorrow? As the next patriarch of the Luo family, he cares more about this matter than you do. If grandfather really has such thoughts, he won't hide it from first uncle no matter who it is." Luo Rongyin nodded. However, he would not go to his elder brother. Instead, he directly asked his father without beating around the bush. "Father, it's getting late. I'll go back first." After Luo Rongyin agrees, Jingwan takes the etiquette instructor and Qingzhu back to her small courtyard, begonia elegant house, with the little girl holding the lamp. After walking around a few times to digest the food, the pot of mo lan was sent to her. Jingwan thought that it was just an orchid named mo lan. The color of the flower changed a lot. She didn't expect that it was a real mo lan. There was only one bud. Because it was about to bloom, the petals were faintly visible. It was dark and lustrous, looking extraordinarily beautiful. Only then did Jingwan know that she got a rare treasure, the treasure of treasures. She admired and played with it for a long time. Others persuaded her for a long time before she reluctantly put it down. Then the head nanny fiddled with it to do maintenance for her. The head nanny was specially found by her grandmother in the capital 2 years ago. At first, she was just an etiquette instructor. Her surname was Gong, and she was released from the palace. She was proficient in pharmacology and various maintenance methods. This maintenance was not medicine, but a variety of balanced meals and very complicated massage techniques. Because there were no side effects, and she didn't lack time now, she patiently let Nanny Gong torment her. Because she was used to it, it also helped her sleep. So every night, she would warm up her body. Because it was too comfortable, Jingwan unknowingly fell asleep. Nanny Gong and Jingwan's nanny asked the maidservants to help her to the bed to sleep. In the dead of night, there seemed to be a slight noise outside the elegant house. It was like a nightingale flapping its wings. It quickly returned to silence and didn't wake anyone up. In Jin Wangfu, a shadow guard knocked on the door of the study. Because Li Honyuan rested in the study most of the time, even if the light was turned off, because the secret letter in his hand was special, the master had already ordered that it should be given to him at any time. Soon, the light was turned on. The shadow guard got permission and pushed the door in. Li Honyuan was wearing the softest linen underwear. His chest was mostly open, and his black hair was scattered. He sat on the edge of the bed with his head down. It was indescribably charming and gentle. The shadow guard only felt that the atmosphere was terrifyingly gloomy. It wasn't cold, but it made people shiver. The master's sleep had never been very good. As long as there was a little noise, he would wake up. If he didn't sleep well, his temper would become irritable. If the people around him weren't careful, they would probably suffer. But at this time, he would generally endure. As long as the letter didn't have any terrible content, their lives wouldn't be in danger. And that Miss Luo had already safely arrived at the Luo residence. Naturally, nothing terrible would happen. Li Honyuan received the letter. The letter actually recorded the matter caused by Mo Lan in detail, especially the words about Jingwan. Li Honyuan laughed softly. Sure enough, his Wan had always been intelligent and had an exquisite heart. That old fox, Luo Peishan, didn't end up well in his previous life. Even when Jingwan was expelled from the Luo family and drew a clear line between them, he didn't touch the Luo family. It was because Jingwan had sullied herself in order to get rid of the Luo family. In the end, she didn't manage to keep her life. The Luo family had secretly helped her a lot, and even if it was exposed, it would bring disaster to the entire family. Luo Peishan could be considered to have done his best for her. Even though he was still dissatisfied, Jingwan had done everything possible to protect the Luo family. Thus, he suppressed his anger and fulfilled her wish. Tell people to pay attention. If any of this prince's brothers want to pull Luo Peishan to their side, think of a way to stop them. Wan's idea wasn't wrong, but it didn't stop people from being treacherous. Moreover, the position of Minister of Rights wasn't enough. He could always change his position. Even though he had experienced a lifetime, he still had to take precautions. After all, some things had changed, especially when it came to Wan's matters. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. In this life, he would change everything. He would protect her well under his wings. He wouldn't let her tire herself out, wouldn't let her suffer, and definitely wouldn't let her lose her life. As long as she lived a carefree life, raised flowers, played with cats and dogs, and when she was bored, she could play with others. Even if she didn't wear the phoenix robe, she would still be the most noble woman in the world. Yes, the shadow guard replied. Do it neatly. Don't implicate this prince or the Luo family. Do you understand? Master, don't worry. The people who were doing things naturally thought of the master's orders. Now that the master had deliberately brought it up, they had to put in 120% of their effort and make it 120% perfect. Go. Tell Fu Yunting to come see this prince tomorrow. Yes. The shadow guard observed a moment of silence for Wu Anho's heir in his heart. He hoped that this time, he wouldn't be dealt with too miserably by the master. The next day, when Jingwan went to pay respects to the old madam, Luo Shangshu naturally went to the imperial court. Except for her younger brother, the others were all women. She also saw a person that she didn't see yesterday. It was her eldest cousin brother's wife, little Wang, who was pregnant. This woman was eldest aunt's niece. She wasn't a particularly beautiful woman, but she was very pleasant to look at. She was dignified and beautiful, and had very high self-restraint. The Wang family was an aristocratic family. Although eldest aunt's branch was a side branch, the children and grandchildren were quite capable and couldn't be underestimated. Greetings to eldest sister-in-law. Jingwan curtsied. Quickly get up. Little Wang stepped forward and held Jingwan's hand. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. She carefully looked at Jingwan and turned to Wang with a smile. No wonder Mother always talks about third sister. Grandmother also dotes on her. I also like this little sister very much. Isn't that so? This third girl has been very lovable since she was young. If it wasn't for your second aunt's reluctance, I would have taken her back to our eldest branch to raise. Wang smiled. If eldest sister-in-law really likes her, It's okay to let you raise this girl for a while. Zhang didn't care. This caused everyone to laugh. Old Madame Luo pointed at everyone. You're not young anymore, but you're still so mischievous. Don't fight with me. One will be raised by me. When you're free, you can come and tease her. Grandmother, do you think I'm a kitten, a dog, or a sparrow? Jing once said angrily. Grandmother, you think third sister is your sweetheart. Luo Jingying covered her mouth and laughed. The scene paused for a moment. Old Madame Luo glanced at Luo Jingying lightly. Wan Wan is indeed my sweetheart. Without Wan Wan, I would have become a pile of yellow soil. Chapter 8. These words were too serious. All these years, Jingwan had indeed spent a lot of effort on Old Madame's health, but she was not important enough to determine Old Madame's life and death. For a moment, the scene was terrifyingly quiet. Luo Jingying's face was even paler. Grandmother is talking nonsense. There are so many people who are filial to serve you. Even without Wan Wan, you can live a long life. You little girl. The old madam pointed at her from a distance and finally revealed a kind smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Grandmother, you don't want to live a long life. You still have to choose a good husband for third sister, watch her get married, watch her give birth to children, and even watch her become a grandmother. If you can't be sure that she is happy and healthy, how can you be at ease, right? Little Wang sure said with a smile. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Jingwan lowered her head shyly. She also didn't want to be like this, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If she appeared too magnanimous in front of everyone, it was inevitable that she would be criticized again. The buzzing noise made her head hurt. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability to blush anytime and anywhere, so she could only pretend. Jingda's wife, your words hit the bottom of my heart. She looked at Jingwan happily. Jingwan was once again teased by everyone. Seeing that she was really shy, she let her go. Little Wang Shi took off a jade bracelet on her wrist and put on Jingwan. Yesterday, the little guy in your stomach was very noisy, so I couldn't see third sister. Little sister, take this little toy and play with it. I hope you don't mind. Yesterday, she'd had come to pay respects to old madam and couldn't even eat dinner. It was crystal clear and full of water, with a touch of red floating in the light blue. If this thing was in her previous life, it would cost at least a few $100,000. Here, it was more than 1,000 taels. If she still disliked it, she would be struck by lightning. Didn't she see that some people were jealous and couldn't wait to snatch it? Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Little sister can't wait to like such a good thing. This sister-in-law, who she met for the first time, seemed to be too good to her. The reason was probably because of that pot of emolan. Old mistress had already given her countless good things. With this addition, she could accept it calmly. When old madam was in Qian Manor, she was used to peace and quiet. Although she enjoyed the joy of family reunion, she was old after all. Even if she had nursed her health well these past few years, she still felt tired after such a noisy scene. In addition, although she did not suffer as much as Jingwan, she was still tired and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Only 2 or 3 people were left to have breakfast with her. Naturally, Jingwan couldn't be left out. For the past 3 years, Jingwan had been living in old madam's warm room. It could be said that they ate and lived together every day. Originally, old madam's heart felt a little empty after living separately. She definitely wouldn't let Jingwan go back for breakfast. As the eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Shi was supposed to serve her mother-in-law at all times. The old madam couldn't bear for the couple to be separated, so she had her follow her eldest son to the capital. At this time, she naturally had to serve by his side. Just like last night, old madam still let her sit down and eat with her. She had never been an evil mother-in-law towards her daughter-in-law. After quietly eating, old madam then asked about little Wang Shi's condition. It seems that her pregnancy isn't very stable. What's wrong? What did the doctors say? After all, she was the first in the 4th generation. How could old madam not care? Wang Shi glanced at Jingwan. Seeing that old madam had no intention of letting her leave, she could only say, this daughter-in-law doesn't know the specifics. Her and Jingda's health is good. I called the gynecologist in the Imperial Hospital to take a look, but he couldn't say anything. If the doctor didn't say that as long as they are healthy, they should move around more. This daughter-in-law wouldn't dare to let them go out. Old Madam frowned. Tell the servants to serve them more carefully. As for Jingda, his wife's pregnancy is a difficult time. If you have time, spend more time with her. Don't be greedy and fool around with the Tongfang and make his wife sad. Also, the eldest son hasn't been born yet. The Tongfang must not stop giving birth. Regarding the children of concubines and concubines, the old madam treated her husband and her children and grandchildren differently. She would not want to kill all of her husband's concubines and reward them to her children and grandchildren. She knew and understood the hardships of women. Mother, don't worry. This daughter-in-law has carefully selected the servants to serve them. As for Jingda, this daughter-in-law has already told him. With her mother-in-law as an example, she naturally wouldn't be an evil mother-in-law. Moreover, that was her niece, the apple of her brother's eye. Before she got married, her brother also doted on her in every possible way. And if you lack good medicinal herbs, tell me. I still have some in my private storehouse. Thank you, Mother. I don't lack those things. You can go do your work. Wang Shi bowed and left. But before she left, she couldn't help but look at Jingwan, who was sitting quietly by the side. Grandmother, don't worry. In 3 or 4 months, you will definitely be able to hold a white and chubby great-grandchild. And I believe Wan's words. She lovingly patted her hand. Jingwan chuckled. Both men and women were healthy, but they didn't have good fertility. She couldn't help but wonder if it was caused by close relatives. But what she knew was that the offspring of close relatives had a higher chance of being born with congenital diseases. Most of them were intellectual problems, but she wasn't very clear about other things. In this world, it was normal for close relatives to marry, so she couldn't say much. A mama next to her said, Old Madam's words are reasonable. Third young lady has a golden mouth and jade teeth. If she says it's good, then it's good. Moreover, third young lady has always been healthy. Perhaps because of her aunt, the child in eldest young mistress's belly will also be healthy. You old thing, don't talk nonsense. If these words are spread out, if someone comes to Wan because of this, and there are bad consequences, won't it implicate Wan? Jingwan was really touched and felt warm that old madam was always considerate of her. She couldn't help but think of her grandmother in her previous life. She was very knowledgeable and cultured, and she was open-minded by nature. She raised such a scum of a son. After he suffered retribution and died, the good family completely declined. Although she was sad, she was still open-minded and her heart was bright. Perhaps she even regretted that she didn't teach her son well, so she spared no effort to teach and guide her only granddaughter. If she wasn't deeply influenced by her grandmother, perhaps she would have been blinded by hatred long ago. Even if she was lucky enough to live another life in this world, she was afraid that because of her father's concubines and concubines' children, she would be disliked and abandoned. How could she live so freely? Look at this servant's mouth. I deserve to be hit. She slapped her own mouth several times. Grandmother, quickly tell Mama Wu to stop hitting me. It's not a big deal. If she hurts me, it'll be an eyesore for her to stay by grandmother's side to serve. Won't it? Jingwan pleaded in a delicate voice. Enough. Didn't you hear what Wan said? Old madam waved her hand. Jingwan couldn't be blamed for acting coquettishly. This was purely grandmother's bad taste. She only thought that Jingwan's personality was a little tough. Only a little girl who knew how to act coquettishly would be able to eat sweets. Moreover, 9 out of 10 men liked weak women. So no matter what, after marriage, when it was time to be soft, she must be soft and not go against her husband. After being taught fiercely, Jingwan was encouraged by old madam. Every time Jingwan acted coquettishly, she could achieve her goal faster. When it came to acting coquettishly, Jingwan was now more and more skilled at it. That's right, her grandmother was not a rigid person. In the past year, from time to time, she talked to Jingwan about how husband and wife should get along. She didn't avoid the topic of children from her. She just asked her to be careful in front of outsiders. So when she talked about little Wang Shi, She didn't ask her to avoid it. She always hoped that she could be better. And her grandmother also knew very well that some things that unmarried girls shouldn't talk about. She wouldn't be shy when facing them. When she pretended, her grandmother was happy to see her make a fool of herself. Because Jingwan had just arrived in the capital, she didn't rush to go to school. She wanted to rest for 2 more days, so she stayed with old madam. Nearly 2 hours later, a servant came to report, "Old madam, eldest Missy is back." "My eldest daughter is back? Quickly invite her in." Old madam looked particularly happy. Chapter 9. When Jingwan was born, the old madam's eldest daughter had already been married. She had only seen this eldest aunt, Luo Ronghui, once or twice. That was because she married in the capital, while Jingwan was born in Qian Prefecture. Due to the distance between them, it wasn't easy to walk around. When Luo Ronghui and her entourage came in, Jingwan clearly felt that although the woman in the lead was trying her best to restrain herself, she still appeared to be in a hurry. "Mother!" She almost fell to her knees in front of the old madam. The old madam hugged her. My child, the old madam was, after all, a person who had experienced storms and waves. Although her eyes were a little wet, she didn't cry. Seeing that it was about time, Jingwan stepped forward to comfort her. Perhaps because she felt a little embarrassed crying in front of the younger generation, Luo Ronghui followed the old madam's servants to wash her face and reapply her makeup. When she appeared again, her posture was that of a graceful noblewoman. Because Luo Ronghui's husband was busy, he would only come to visit the old madam during the next break. Accompanying her was her only daughter, Yuan Xiao, who was currently talking to Jingwan. Luo Ronghui's life had been relatively smooth. The only problem was that she didn't have children. After 4 or 5 years of marriage, she was only pregnant with a daughter. After that, there was no more news. She didn't know how much medicine she took, how many gods she prayed to, and how much money she gave to the temple, but the result was still the same. She had no choice but to let her husband take in concubines. However, although some of the concubines gave birth, they were all daughters. This number was also not satisfactory. Others said that she was vicious, that she was a hen that didn't lay eggs and didn't let others have children. She was so wrong that she wanted to die. Now, there was another child at home. The doctor said that it was most likely a son. Luo Ronghui held Jingwan's hand for a while and gave her a greeting gift. Then, the old madam let Jingwan take her cousin to her small courtyard to play. The mother and daughter wanted to have a private talk, so Jingwan was prepared to take the initiative to leave. Outside the main courtyard, the two of them met other people. Presumably, they had heard that Luo Ronghui had returned and had come to greet him. After greeting third aunt, Jingwan looked at her stepsister. "Aren't you in class now? Why are you here?" Luo Jingyu was much quieter than her biological younger sister. She was caught playing truant by her elder sister. She blushed and stammered, not knowing what to say. Third elder sister, fourth elder sister said that since eldest aunt has returned, as juniors, we should come and pay our respects. Luo Jingwei looked at Jingwan, her face bright and innocent. She didn't know if she was just telling the truth or if she had other intentions. Jingwan nodded slightly. They had come quickly. She said, "Let's go back to class. Grandmother and aunt are talking right now, so we shouldn't disturb them. I think second aunt and third aunt will come back later. Let's pay our respects together later." After hearing Jingwan's words, Luo Jingying urged the girls to play truant, including the 6 to 8 girls. In any case, except for Luo Jingying herself, the others all turned back. Jingwan curtsied to the old Madam Lu and left. Yuan Xiao, who was next to her, saw this and was a little surprised, but she also followed suit. "Mother, look at Luo Jingwan. She doesn't even put you in her eyes." Luo Jingying was so angry that her eyes turned red. The old Madam Lu pulled her handkerchief, her eyes dark. "Let's go back to class." "Mother? Be good. We really didn't come at the right time." Because her brother-in-law was from the Ministry of Personnel and her father-in-law refused to support her husband, she was so focused on pleasing her sister-in-law that she forgot about everything else. Being reminded by her niece was like being slapped in the face. Especially with her 4 sisters-in-law, she was the only one standing here. She didn't know how the servants would laugh at her. That Luo Jingwan was not only Immerse's nemesis, but also the third branch's nemesis. Luo Jingying followed beside the old Madame Lu and said in a low voice, "Mother, is the beeswax bracelet on Luo Jingwan's wrist given by eldest aunt?" "Yes." The old Madame Lu replied absent-mindedly. Luo Jingying was jealous that Jingwan got something good again. All kinds of vicious curses were thrown at her. She had no manners at all. When the old Madame Lu came back to her senses, she took a deep look at her daughter. Her daughter's talent and appearance were outstanding, but sometimes she had to admit that she really couldn't compare to Luo Jingwan. "Inger, Mother has told you many times that there are some things that you can't say." "Mother, I'm just telling you. I won't say anything outside." The old Madame Lu was helpless. Why didn't her daughter understand what she meant? "Wan, your begonia house is really beautiful." The path was paved with cobblestones, and there was even a small stream with koi fish and clusters of water lilies. A small bridge was set up, and all kinds of flowers and trees decorated the small courtyard in a picturesque disorder. There were even spider plants hanging under the corridor. It was the season of blooming, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. It was all arranged by my mother. It was arranged according to her preferences in Qi and Fu. Yuan Xiao was led to the swing under the flower rack. Mama Gong quickly brought people to bring tea and snacks, and the tea was the flower tea she made herself. Leisurely swinging on the swing, eating the exquisite and delicious tea, and drinking the fragrant and sweet flower tea, nothing more beautiful could be imagined. Wan, you really know how to enjoy. When I go back, I'll let my mother decorate my small courtyard like this. Also, give me some of your flower tea. Compared to other teas, your tea is the most to my taste. Okay, I'll also give you the recipe. You can make it yourself. Wan, why are you so nice? Yuan Xiao gave Jingwan a big smile. I'm embarrassed. It's just a recipe. It's not worth anything. Cousin, you don't have to be polite with me. Yuan Xiao found that she and Jingwan were very compatible. She was obviously younger than her, but she felt that she was the one being taken care of. However, she didn't dislike it. Instead, she enjoyed it. There were many cousins in the Luo family, but there was no one around her age who could talk to her. Wan, you, and 4th cousin, we were born one day after the other. It's inevitable that we would quarrel and have a little conflict, Jingwan said casually. Seeing Jingwan like this, Yuan Xiao suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. She didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Luo Jingying was short-sighted and used to putting on an act. Every time she came to the Luo family, she would come over and didn't know how to look at people's faces. It was annoying. As Jingwan expected, in less than an hour, the other 2 aunts came back one after the other. Although the second aunt was born of a concubine, because her birth mother died when she was born, she had been raised by Madame Luo. Compared to the other 2 biological daughters, she was actually very close to Madame Luo because she lacked a status. However, Jingwan didn't know whether this kind of closeness came from the heart or on the surface, so she didn't make any guesses. Not long after, people came to Jingwan's place. In addition, Madame Luo allowed the students to finish school early, so there were even more people in Haiding House. It was very lively. This was the first time for everyone, including the Luo sisters, to come to this small courtyard. They were all full of praise. Perhaps it was because Madame Lu said something to Luo Jingying, or perhaps there were outsiders here, but Luo Jingying didn't do anything out of line. She was a qualified little master for once. That's right, she smiled sweetly and became the master of Haiding House. Jingwan didn't care at all. She talked to these cousins who she had never seen before and got to know them. After entering the capital, she had to start to integrate into this circle. This was a good start. Cousin Wan, in 2 days, Miss Sun will be holding a flower banquet. Why don't you go with her? The eldest daughter of the second aunt, Chang Lingshan, looked at Jingwan with a smile. It was said that birds of a feather flocked together. Jingwan didn't think that the girl who had a close relationship with Luo Jingying had a good temperament. We'll talk about it when the time comes. If Cousin Wan is worried about the post, I can help. It's not about the post. Then Cousin Wan doesn't like Miss Sun's banquet? She asked carefully, but there was an inexplicable excitement in the depths of her eyes. She always wanted to dig a hole for others. Sure enough, she hated it the most. Did they really think that she didn't know who Miss Sun was? Chapter 10. She may go to the Chun family with grandmother. Madame Luo's maiden name was Chun. It was an extremely powerful and irrefutable reason, and also a reason that made people jealous and resentful. Luo Jingying restrained herself from losing her composure, and Chang Lingshan's smile froze. Obviously, her tricks were above Luo Jingying, and she quickly recovered. I see, but it doesn't matter. Next time, Cousin Wan will definitely receive an invitation from Miss Sunday. Miss Sun is a very modest person. If she sees you, she will definitely like you. With such a familiar and slightly intimate tone, she was showing her closeness to Miss Sunday. Before coming to the capital, Jingwan had specially learned about the noble women and noble girls in the capital, and her temporary teacher was Mama Gong. Although Madame Luo had given her some pointers, she definitely didn't know that Jingwan's understanding of the people in the capital was even better than many people who were born and raised in the capital. This Miss Sun Yijia, was born noble and was very outstanding in all aspects. Even those princesses and princesses who were not favored would not only give in when facing her, but would also sometimes curry favor with her in order to better survive. Sun Yijia's temper might not be bad, but she was definitely not modest. Instead, she was used to being high and mighty, like the moon surrounded by stars. What kind of person was Jiang Lingshan? Her mother was just a concubine's daughter from the minister's mansion of the Ministry of Rights, and her father was just a fourth-rank official. The difference between their statuses was too great. This was not a place where everyone was equal. As a master, it was simply a big joke to call a maid sister or become good friends. Of course, it was not impossible for people with a huge difference in status to become good friends, but the probability was too low. Obviously, Chang Lingshan did not have this luck, and Sun Yijia was not a person who would lower herself to be noble. Chang Lingshan was just a small follower who tried her best to squeeze to Sun Yijia's side, and she was the lowest kind. Because there were too many people who wanted to curry favor with Sun Yijia, she always had to be careful not to be pushed out, and at the same time, she had to carefully flatter that person. He couldn't go overboard and provoke that person's disgust, nor could he restrain himself too much to the point that he didn't have a sense of existence. Not to mention that he was mentally and physically exhausted. It was certain that he wouldn't have a good time. For her to be able to occupy a position by Sun Yijia's side, she was indeed capable. For example, Luo Jingying also wanted to be in that circle, but she didn't have the ability. Jingwan was not interested in exposing her. After all, everyone had their own way of survival. Either they were willing or forced to make a choice. She had no grudge against Chang Lingshan for the time being, so there was no need for her to make an enemy out of him. What would happen in the future? The lunch banquet was naturally very lively. Although old Madame Luo was a little tired, she was still in good spirits. Because Jingwan had just entered the capital and had a very high position in the old madam's heart, it was not surprising that the first meeting gifts she received were all good things, adding another sum to her little treasury. Sure enough, as Jingwan expected, the old madam sent someone to send a letter to the Chun family. They replied very quickly, but the time was one day earlier than Sun Yijia's flower banquet. Not only would Jingwan go to the Chun family's trip, but her fourth uncle's family would also go with them. In this way, the flower banquet might take a turn for the better. After all, there were people watching her now. If they didn't make trouble for her, she would feel strange. Although she hated all kinds of scheming and fighting, she had to fight back when trouble came to her. Jingwan finally packed up the things that she prepared for her brothers and sisters and asked people to send them. As for whether they liked it or not, her brothers and sisters would care about it. The others had nothing to do with her. As the saying goes, Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about uneven distribution. The same thing naturally wouldn't be everyone's favorite. It was inevitable that they would scold something. Even if she tried her best to find out what they liked in advance, people like Luo Jingying would find fault with it because it was different from other people's or was not that valuable. They would think that you were insulting them. After settling this matter, Jingwan brought some people to trim the flowers and trees in her small courtyard. Other than the fact that there were some places that she was not satisfied with, it was also because the people who came to her small courtyard today were so despicable that they ruined a lot of her flowers and made the overall appearance not as beautiful. Jingwan's personal servants were all brought over from Qinfu, so they were used to her personally taking care of the flowers and trees. What they had to do was to carry a tray, carry a watering can, and reach out to help when she needed it. In fact, they all felt that their young lady was very capable. Whether it was the flowers placed indoors or the flowers and trees in the courtyard, even if they had been learning how to arrange them from their young lady, the result was still not as beautiful as her young lady's. For the same thing, the young lady only needed to reach out her jade hands and casually fiddle with it a few times, and it would appear even more beautiful. A young maidservant came in from outside the courtyard and whispered a few words in Nurse Gong's ear. After Nurse Gong nodded, the young maidservant retreated. Nurse Gong took 2 steps forward. "Young lady, Master sent someone to invite you to the front study." Jingwan paused slightly and put the scissors and flowers in her hands on a tray at the side. Qin Zhu hurriedly asked someone to bring warm water and went forward to wash her hands. After washing, Jingwan returned to her room to change her clothes. She still preferred plain clothes and led Qin Zhu and Qin Mei out of the small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a manservant raised his head and straightened his back. However, his eyes were downcast, and he didn't look around. "Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting." That manservant hurriedly bowed. "Hello, third young lady." This little one didn't wait long. "And then let's go." Jingwan nodded. Jingwan wasn't completely familiar with the Luo family, especially the front courtyard. It could be said that she knew nothing about it. Naturally, she had to rely on the manservant to lead the way. That manservant thought that Jingwan would ask something. After all, a young lady in the back courtyard was suddenly called by the head of the family. Moreover, it was the front study that they might not be able to step into in their lifetime. Anyone would be a little nervous. They would either be afraid that they had made a big mistake or be excited that they had been favored. However, not only did the third young lady not ask a single word, she was also very calm. She wasn't pretending to be calm, but was truly calm. "Master, the third young lady is here. Come in." Jingwan left the 2 maidservants outside and went in alone. In the study, in addition to the head of the family, her father and her eldest uncle were also present. Jingwan roughly knew that she had most likely been cheated by her father. Other people cheated their fathers, but why was it the opposite when it came to her? Should she do something that cheated her father to take revenge on this father who cheated her daughter? Jingwan greeted the 3 people without any hesitation. Then, she stood with her eyes lowered and her nose lowered. For Luo Rongyin, last night, he had already seen that his daughter was somewhat different from the rest. Moreover, he had never cared about these things and was somewhat bored as he sat on the side. Grandfather Luo Peishan and Uncle Luo Rongwen were different. They used a scrutinizing gaze to size her up for a moment. Luo Rongwen's heart was indescribably complicated. As for Luo Peishan, his thoughts were a little strange. He had never thought of himself as a good person, but he was also not a pure pursuer of interests and power. Everything he did, no one in the family refuted. They took it for granted, and he himself was accustomed to it. However, when he heard Ertzi's words, he suddenly felt that he was trusted, understood, and recognized. It seemed that compared to other people's indifference, this feeling made him happy. It was like a person who was moving forward alone and found that in fact he was not alone. In a place that he did not know, other people had seen his efforts and thought that he had done well. This kind of mentality was indeed a little strange, especially when the person who gave him this kind of feeling was his own granddaughter. Luo Peishan suppressed all these emotions. This was not the reason why he had called this granddaughter over. Third young lady, it is not a bad thing for a person to be a little clear-headed, but it is not necessarily a good thing to be too clear-headed, especially the women in the inner courtyard. Because they see things too clearly, it is easy to be sad, and absolute rationality will lose a lot of fun. Chapter 11. Grandfather, granddaughter understands what you mean. Not to mention that it's not time yet. Even if it's time, there are some things that I can't bear. I can't pretend to be confused for the sake of that hypocritical joy. To me, that's more painful than real harm. Luo Peishan was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. It was unknown whether he agreed with her words or just simply expressed that he understood. There's no need to talk about the current situation. As for your marriage, I'll tell your grandmother and ask her to give you the greatest freedom to choose as much as possible. Within the scope of my ability, I'll also check for you. These words were even more excessive. It should be known that men were in charge of external affairs and women were in charge of domestic affairs. Few men would intervene in the affairs of the backyard. If others knew about it, they might be used as gossip, especially if it wasn't for their own interests. Thank you, grandfather. Jingwan was very grateful, but she calmly accepted this kindness. In front of people who understood, what shyness and what modesty were all empty. If you didn't care, you wouldn't care even if you went a little overboard. If you cared, even if you took a little more steps, it would still be wrong. This is the court bulletin. You can take it back and read it. It's just a pastime. Then granddaughter won't be polite. Her smile became even brighter. And you can come back to get it after reading it. In the future, I'll ask someone to send a copy to you. If you have any ideas, you can come to me. So the last sentence was the main point. Even if she was born a girl with that ability, it wasn't that she couldn't use it at all, right? Occasionally, she could participate behind the scenes. Perhaps she could also grind down those good-for-nothing grandsons. Not bad, not bad. Jingwan understood what he meant. Because it wasn't a mandatory requirement, it was completely up to her. Naturally, she had no objections. After Jingwan left, Luo Rongwen wanted to say something, but stopped. Since ancient times, marriage had been decided by the parents and matchmakers. Letting a girl make her own decision? If word got out, it would be a joke. Furthermore, to be honest, even Luo Rongyin did not expect his father to treat his daughter with such an attitude. It was simply another kind of extreme doting. If he were in Luo Rongyin's shoes, he would never do such a thing. He had his wife and children in his heart, but he always put himself first. Otherwise, even if he did not like the officialdom, he would work hard for them. The higher his position, the better his wife and children would be. But obviously, he did not think so. He only pursued what he wanted. As a father, shouldn't he reflect on himself? Boss, what do you want to say? Luo Peishan took a sip of tea and asked. Luo Rongwen seemed to ponder for a moment. Father, your son feels that it's okay to spoil this girl a little, but if it's too much, Luo Peishan glanced at him. He knew that this was not what his son wanted to say, but he still said softly, some people, even if you deliberately want to spoil them, it's hard to spoil them because they have self-control, know their limits, and never make things difficult for others. It makes people feel that they are not spoiling enough, and involuntarily want to spoil them more. It's good to spoil them, really. The two brothers were really surprised. He said such sentimental words with a rare, gentle expression. Was it really their father? Your mother is a good woman, but it's a pity that she was brought up too well by your grandfather's family. Because she sacrificed too much for me, I once wanted to spoil her. If she was a little tougher and more persistent, perhaps we wouldn't have your third brother and second sister in our family. If that's the case, I don't care at all. But she took care of the overall situation for me, and my nature is not so firm. The third girl is like your mother, but your mother thinks that she is more like me. Perhaps your mother has some regrets that she wants to fulfill on the third girl. After the second brother passed on the third girl's words, your mother's wish is also my wish. The two brothers looked at each other. Their father had never said anything about him and their mother had never said anything. In their view, their family was like many other families. Their parents respected each other. Their father worked hard outside for the sake of the family. Their mother was virtuous, dignified, and magnanimous. She took concubines for their father, taught their children, balanced the harem, and let their father have no worries. So it was not like this. So, eldest brother, don't think about using the third girl in exchange for benefits. Otherwise, your mother will be sad. Father, your son didn't. Luo Ronwen braced himself and said in a low voice, "Do you think you can hide your thoughts from your father? The third brother is stubborn and refuses to change. He always says that your father is not willing to help him. He doesn't take a look at himself. Do you really think that your father doesn't know what you're doing outside? With his little ability, he wants to get involved in the fight for the throne." Luo Peishan snorted coldly. It could be said that his imposing manner was at its peak. The two brothers unconsciously straightened their backs and listened without daring to breathe. Eldest brother, don't be like him, doing things that only show compliance and disappoint your father. Father, don't worry. Your son wouldn't dare. He had already said it so clearly. If he still dared to act recklessly, he would be punished by the family law. All right, get out of here. Your son will take his leave. The two brothers said in unison. Wait, second brother. Think about how to coax your daughter when you go back. Luo Peishan said with a hidden smile. Luo Rongyin was a little confused. Father, what do you mean? And why did it feel like his father was gloating? It must be an illusion. Regarding Imolan, she didn't tell you to ask me directly, did she? Even if the result is good, you, as her father, sold her out. You're a father, so she naturally won't do anything disgraceful. However, it's very likely that she'll cause you some trouble. Be careful that you don't know what's going on in the next few days. That's impossible. His daughter had always been well-behaved. How could she do such a thing? Luo Peishan looked at him indifferently. If you asked him how he knew that Jingwan would do such a thing, it was because he had done such things many times when he was young. Not only his father, but even his uncles and brothers were not spared. Unfortunately, because it was a small matter, they never knew the reason. They just felt that they were unlucky. Thinking about it now, they still missed it. He kindly reminded this stupid son of his. If he didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. He waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly, telling him to get out of here quickly. Luo Rongyin thought about it again and again. His father said that his daughter was like him. Then, on the other hand, his father should know his daughter very well. Even if he couldn't believe everything he said, the probability was more than 70%. Because of his selfishness, he couldn't be considered a good father. Then, it was not a problem to spoil his daughter's little temper occasionally. Even if his daughter didn't know how to do anything, he would still give her some small toys. After thinking it through, Luo Rongyin went back and fiddled around in his study for a while. He took out a few of his favorite things and played with them with some reluctance. Then, he steeled his heart and asked the servant to send them to Jingwan. Jingwan received the gifts and was a little confused. These were all his favorite things and were worth a lot. Why would he give them to her for no reason? Master said that Master gave you a pot of Imolan. He doesn't have that kind of treasure, so he gave you some small toys. Jingwan understood after hearing the servant's words. She raised the corner of her lips. Since her father was so tactful, she naturally had to give him face. Go back and tell my father that he will have good luck in the next few days. As for Luo Rongyin's reaction after hearing this, his father was really good at foretelling. As for his daughter, Li Honyuan received another letter from the secret guard in the evening. It didn't mean that he had to know everything about Jingwan every day. He still had to know the relatively important things. Some small things were related to the overall situation. Knowing the old fox Luo Peishan's attitude towards Jingwan, Li Hongyuan's impression of him improved a little. If he encountered any trouble in the future, he didn't mind secretly helping him. Fu Yunting hasn't come yet. The handsome man who had just entered the courtyard heard this and unconsciously paused. His face was expressionless, but only he knew that the cold air was drilling up from the soles of his feet. He wanted to turn around and leave, but unfortunately, he had the heart but not the guts. He was usually cautious about everything. Every time he came to Jin Wangfu, he would be dealt with by the living king of hell. If he dared to turn around, wouldn't he just give the living king of hell a ready-made excuse? Wouldn't he directly make him beg for death? When eunuch Mu saw Fu Yunting, he greeted him with a smile she'd see ye as well. Fu Yenting looked at him expressionlessly. He wanted to say, this prince is not well at all. When has this prince ever been well? Also, don't think that this prince didn't see your sympathetic eyes. This prince doesn't need sympathy. Why haven't you come in yet? Are you waiting for this prince to invite you in? Perhaps the shadow of the living king of hell was too deep. He couldn't help but tremble. He stepped into the study with the spirit of facing death unflinchingly. This subordinate greets, Your Highness. He lowered his head. Even so, he still felt like there was a dagger at his back. No need for formalities. Chapter 12. Yunting, how are the preparations for the wedding going? Li Hanyuan leaned back in his chair. His body was relaxed, with a bit of laziness. Coupled with his good looks, it was really pleasing to the eye. Even men couldn't help but take a few more glances. Replying to Wang Ye, everything is ready. The wedding date is set for 2 months later. Unfortunately, Fu Yunting was determined to be blind. It's too long. The wedding must be held before the end of the month. His dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Fu Yunting. Yes, there were only a few days left until the end of the month. Fu Yunting really wanted to roar at him. What was he trying to do? According to the awkward position of Wuan Ho, he might not be able to marry a decent wife for the rest of his life. He wasn't worried, so why was his master so worried? Could it be that this marriage has something to do with your great career? Were you afraid that a long delay would lead to unexpected changes? Li Hanyuan casually threw a small flat box to him. A wedding gift. Many thanks to Wang Ye. It was so light that he didn't know what was inside. Fu Yunting's heart trembled. He didn't know if this was the king of hell's next move. He didn't know how many people had pledged their allegiance to Wang Ye. But among those who were familiar with him, who didn't say that he was Wang Ye's #1 right-hand man, some even said that he was Wang Ye's pet molester. Motherfucker, he would rather work harder than a cow, or even be a free laborer, just to avoid meeting the king of hell. As for the so-called pet molester, he was sometimes even willing to put down his dignity, hoping that it was true. At least, according to the character of this pet molester who would not last for more than 7 days. After 7 days, he would not be bothered with him anymore, which would be the best. Unfortunately, ever since this master secretly arranged a good marriage for him, this pet molester talk disappeared like smoke. It could be imagined how deep the damage Li Hanyuan caused to Fu Yunting. At first, Fu Yunting thought that this master treated everyone the same. Later, he found out that this was not the case. In private, he almost never showed any emotions. Even when he used bloody and cruel methods to deal with people, he was still as calm as an ancient well. No one could guess what he was thinking. Only when Fu Yunting met him alone, the gaze that fell on him was like a venomous snake staring at its prey, containing a violent storm that could tear him to pieces at any time. Fu Yunting thought several times that this person would take his life, but it didn't. Even if they sparred again and again in the martial arts arena, the bones in his body were broken one after another, and he fell into a coma no less than 3 times. In the end, he was still fine. He used the best wound medicine, and not the slightest bit of illness was left behind. At the same time, his martial arts skills were also increasing. He dared to say that in the current capital, there were not many people who could beat him. Fu Yunting understood that the king of hell must have a grudge against him, but he did not know the reason why he would not take his life. After a long time, although he was afraid, he had gotten used to it. What he wanted to know the most right now was, what kind of grudge did they have? The grudge of killing his father and mother? Don't joke around. This person's father was the emperor. He, Fu Yunting, did not have the guts or ability to kill the emperor. And when his mother died, he, Fu Yunting, was not even born yet. The grudge of stealing his wife and killing his son? He, Fu Yunting, had always been clean and honest. In addition, His Highness Wuan Ho had always been quick to get rid of him. He did not even have a Tong Fong or a maidservant by his side, and Jin Wangfu also did not have a Wang Fei, okay? And those who could have become Jin Wang Fei, if they were not dead, then they had met with an accident. Even so, they had nothing to do with him. Wang Ye, can you tell me, how did this little one offend you? Could it be a grudge from a previous life? Scram. Yes. Was he going to let him go just like that? Fu Yunting felt that the box in his hand was hot to the touch. Li Hanyuan stared at a certain person's back, causing that person to involuntarily quicken his steps and quickly disappear. In this life, you will not have another chance. Li Hanyuan muttered in a voice that even he could not hear. Fu Yunting skillfully avoided the spies that were planted inside and outside Wu Anho. After returning to his room, he did not hesitate and directly opened the box. He was very clear that if Prince Jean gave him something, there was no reason for him to dispose of it without even looking at it. And the thing inside was far beyond his expectations. It was banknotes, and there was a total of 300,000 taels. Fu Yunting sat on the chair and looked at the banknotes in a daze. Their Wu Anho Manor was formerly known as the founding duke of Wu En's manor. The manor did not shrink because of the demotion. On the contrary, it was still full of flowers and brocade. It did not look worse than the Sun family's Duke Dingwa's manor. However, anyone who knew the inside story knew that this was just an illusion. No matter how beautiful the things were, they were all bestowed by the emperor. They could not eat or drink. The entire Wu Anho Manor could not spend more than 1,000 taels of silver all year round. And this was the result of the entire manor living frugally. They had farms and shops, but they were all controlled by others. The money that came into their hands was barely enough for them to live a hard life. His 2 nephews and 1 niece might not even be able to tailor new clothes for a year. Most of the time, they would use the adults' clothes to make them smaller. Because they were watched too closely, he couldn't even think of other ways to get money. And this superficial glory was something that his uncles, his father, and his brothers had used their lives and blood on the battlefield in exchange for. Apart from the poor 3 dukes and 5 marquises, only his Fu family had persisted on the path of a military general. No matter how they declined, they still clenched their teeth and held on. Fu Yunting once did not understand the meaning of this persistence, until he was the only pillar left in the entire house of marquises. He could not forget the tattered corpses of his relatives. He could not forget the struggle and persistence of his eldest uncle, who was Wu Anho, as he lay paralyzed in bed for many years, refusing to close his eyes. He could not forget the jealousy and hatred in the eyes of the other 3 dukes and 5 marquises when the count was promoted to marquis and the rewards flowed into the manor like water. He could not forget the jealousy and hatred in the eyes of the other 3 dukes and 5 marquises. He could not forget his little niece wearing old clothes on the outside to attend a banquet. Her clothes were deliberately torn, and she was wantonly ridiculed and humiliated. He could not forget his nephews coming back from school with bruised noses and swollen faces. He could not forget them always asking him why. He could not forget the widows in the manor crying until their eyes went blind. The Fu family is full of martyrs. How can there be such a coward like you? Fu Yunting, you're so cowardly and weak that you can't even compare to a delicate girl. Fu Yunting, the person who should have died on the battlefield is you. They had never thought about who was the one who had given them their luxurious life. He hated them so much that he wished he could kill all of them. However, he cannot. He could do nothing but endure. Whenever he made a mistake, Jin Shang would accuse him of a great crime and remove him, the only pillar of support, and then give Wu Anho rewards and appeasement. This was the so-called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. How many times could the rest of the women and children play with Jin Shang? Jin Shang had done so perfectly that it did not damage his prestige in the hearts of the people. He even gained a good reputation for treating meritorious officials well. He had already left Wu Anho isolated and helpless at his mercy. Yunting, live well. There is always hope as long as you live. Maybe there will be a turn for the better in the next moment. We can't shrink back. If we shrink back, we will be doomed eternally. Do you understand? Eldest uncle's bony hand grabbed him tightly, as if it was about to break. He agreed with tears. That was the last time he shed tears. From then on, Wu Anho became arrogant and ignored outsiders. Fu Yunting ate, drank, and played, and was an extraordinary hedonist. Because of this situation, when Prince Jin was secretly recruiting him, after seeing Prince Jin's extraordinary ability, he didn't hesitate to submit. Even if Prince Jin didn't like him and made him suffer countless times, he didn't think of submitting to another master. It wasn't just because no one else was willing to use the Wu and Marquis household. More importantly, other than the fact that Prince Jin was against him, he was definitely a good master. As long as he worked for him wholeheartedly and didn't have any thoughts of rebelling, he was always generous. With regard to Prince Jin, Fu Yunting still had some doubts. According to his ability, there was no need for him to involve the Wu and Marquis household. Instead of saying that the Wu and Marquis household was his help, it was more of a burden. If he was not careful, he would get into trouble. Although to him, the possibility of being exposed was very small. The reason for this was as inexplicable as why Jin Shang targeted him. Fu Yunting put away the banknotes, got up, and went to the main courtyard to visit his uncle. This was something he had to do every day, so it would not arouse the suspicion of spies. Not long after Fu Yunting entered Wu Anho's dormitory, he heard his anxious roar. Wu Anho, who had been paralyzed in bed for several years, was critically ill. This time, he was afraid that he was really going to die. The next day, Fu Yunting personally went to his fiancée's house, hoping that the wedding date would be brought forward. Otherwise, if Wu Anho was not well, the bride's family was very reasonable. If Wu Anho went, it would delay their daughter's wedding. Therefore, the wedding date was changed to 3 days later. Chapter 13. Because she was going to the Chun family, Jingwan changed her clothes before paying her respects. Compared to when she was at home, she looked more solemn. Whether it was the hair accessories, jewelry, or even the necklaces of her dress, they were all carefully selected. They were not the best, but they were the most suitable for her overall appearance. She had the beauty that belonged to her age, but she did not lose her dignity. It all showed her bearing and self-restraint. In addition, she had a good foundation to begin with, and her skin was fair and lustrous. Her originally not bad complexion was enhanced by 3 points. Old Madame Luo held Jingwan's hand and looked at her carefully. Good. Our family's Wanwan is indeed very beautiful. Last night, Luo Shangshu had told his old wife about his thoughts, and old Madame Luo did not disagree. Wanwan had been obedient and delicate since she was young. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her to the bone. Naturally, they hoped that her life would be smooth, happy, and healthy. The first time I saw you, I knew that you were pretty. But after taking care of you for 2 days, your skin is as tender as a peeled boiled egg. Eldest aunt, Madame Wang, praised her from the bottom of her heart. It was not the first time she had heard this kind of praise. Luo Jingwan was better than her in every aspect, but these people were all blind. Looking at her dazzling clothes, she could only endure it. Isn't that so? Fourth aunt's skin is also fair and delicate. Those who don't know would think that fourth aunt is not even 20 years old. Even grandmother looks 10 to 20 years younger than the other madams of the same age. Could it be that our chi in prefecture is really so nurturing? Luo Jingying interrupted with a smile. Of course, everyone loved to hear such praises. However, other than Madame Zhang and the little ones who didn't understand the probing in her words, everyone present understood what she meant. If it was really the environment of Qi and prefecture that nurtured people, it was not that the others had not stayed in Qi and prefecture before, but they were similar to people from other places. Clearly, there was a problem here. Everyone loved beauty, especially this woman. As long as she could become more beautiful, she was willing to spend any amount of time and effort on her body. Jingwan's fourth aunt, Madame Wu, touched her smooth and tender face. Among the 4 sisters-in-law, her skin was really the best. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She glanced at Jingwan and saw that she didn't have any reaction, so she said, "This is all thanks to Third Lass. In the past year, the rouge, face powder, and some creams that we used were all personally made by Third Lass. They are even better than the products sold in the world-famous Rouge Pavilion. The madams and maidens of Qi and Manor have tried every possible means to buy them from Third Lass." Outside, there are even people who are willing to pay more than 100 taels of silver for a small box the size of a thumb. Wow, good fellow. Those who didn't know could not help but gasp. They looked at Jingwan with eager eyes. It was not only the desire for beauty, but also, if she opened such a cosmetics shop, wouldn't money fly in by itself, as if it had grown wings? However, such good things, why didn't third older sister send some to second aunt? She only knew how to curry favor with her grandmother and didn't even care about her own mother. This was a good opportunity to let everyone see what kind of thing she was Luo Jingwan. The scene fell silent again. Madame Zhang hurriedly said, Wan mentioned it in her letter and also sent it once. After that, I told her not to send it anymore. Those things can't be kept for long. It's too troublesome to send it once a month. In any case, she will be coming to the capital in 1 or 2 years. There's no rush. Madame Zhang was not a talkative person, but the words that she occasionally said were pleasant to hear. Our third lass is not the kind of black-hearted villain who is good at scheming. Madame Wu smiled faintly. Was she implying that her Luo Jingying was good at scheming, black-hearted, and villain? Madame Lu knew what her daughter's expression was. Third lass, this is such a good thing. Third, Anne is thick-skinned and wants to ask for some? This woman's skin has become rough when she gets older. Third, Aunt is joking. You still have the face of a flower and the face of the moon. I was just messing around for fun. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. However, I've almost used up all the concoctions I made in Qian Prefecture. When I have free time in 2 days, I'll make some more. Everyone will have a share. Jingwan smiled and promised. Jingwan was so generous that naturally everyone was happy. Third lass, have you never thought of opening a cosmetic shop? Third Aunt Lu asked with a smile. No matter how one looked at it, she was purely curious. I don't lack that money. It's too troublesome to open a shop. Jingwan fiddled with a double-sided embroidered handkerchief in her hand and said casually, You don't lack money, I do. You think it's troublesome. I don't think it's troublesome. Just give up the recipe. More than one person was roaring in their heart. They still had a smile on their face, but they couldn't hide the greed in the depths of their eyes. The entire Luo household had 200 to 300 years of accumulation. Naturally, they didn't lack money. The first branch was in charge of the household and was in charge of power. They didn't lack money. The second branch had Luo Rongyan, who occasionally dealt with gold and stone outside. It was easy for them to earn money. Every 3 to 5 days, they would spend a lot of money without batting an eyelid. They also had various subsidies from the old madam in the early years, so they lived more comfortably than the first branch. As for the fourth branch, as the youngest son of the old madam, they basically stayed by the old madam's side. They didn't need to pay for their own food and clothing, so they certainly didn't lack extra subsidies. The third branch didn't have the ability to make money. Mrs. Lu was born in a dilapidated Bo-fu. Her dowry was very shabby. In addition to the monthly allowance, Third Master Luo Rongping's salary could occasionally be used to get some filial piety in the name of Luo Shangshu. However, Luo Rongping's status in the Luo household was not prominent, so the filial piety was very limited. Therefore, the third branch was short of money, very short of money. If they wanted to buy something extra, they had to be stingy. As a result, Luo Jingying was naturally even more unbalanced. Almost every time she came back from the flower banquet and poetry recital, she would make a scene before going out. However, she never thought of not going out. Although we don't lack money, who would dislike having more money? If we really open a shop, there will be servants to do it. How troublesome will it be? Luo Jingying didn't give up and said, as long as she took out the recipe, she could always find a way to get it. She didn't notice Mrs. Lu's expression at all. Fourth miss, there are some things you don't know. When third miss makes cosmetics, all kinds of flowers account for a large proportion. Any pot of flowers raised by her can be sold for hundreds of taels, not to mention those expensive flowers. How much cosmetics can those flowers make? Comparing the two, the gains don't make up for the losses. Besides, we don't even have enough people to use, so how can we sell them? The flowers raised by gardeners and farmers don't have such good effects. Mrs. Wu really couldn't bear to see some people being so thick-skinned. The effect is not good, but it's certainly better than the outside. Fourth sister, it's not good for a noble and lovely person like you to always talk about money. What if you're tainted by the smell of money? Jingwan's concubine-born younger sister, Luo Jingyu, suddenly opened her mouth. As soon as these words came out, Luo Jingying's face turned livid. The older sisters next to her covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. They looked at Luo Jingyu in a new light. In their impression, she was a saw-mouthed gourd, a blockhead, and an invisible person. She was far inferior to her younger sister, who was several years younger than her. They didn't expect her to be so sharp when she opened her mouth. Luo Jingying was the most knowledgeable among them, especially in poetry. She was often praised by the teachers. She was very proud of this. Because her eldest sister was married, her third sister was not around, and her second sister was just a concubine-born daughter who worked for her mother. Therefore, in the family school, she was very high and looked down on others. Luo Jingying's lungs were about to explode, but in front of the old madam, she didn't dare to lose her temper. She stared at Luo Jingyu as if she was dipped in poison. Then she looked at Jingwan with hatred. Just because this bitch also came to the capital and had someone to support her, a mere concubine-born daughter dared to talk to her like this. Just wait and see. Every one of them will be counted. No one will have an easy time. Chapter 14. That's enough. Fourth's wife, take the children and Wan and stay here. Everyone else can leave. Old Madam finally spoke. No matter what the others thought, they didn't dare to say anything more. Just as they walked out of the door, Luo Jingying grabbed Luo Jingyu and lowered her voice. You wretched girl, how dare you talk to me like that? I can't deal with Luo Jingwan, but you think I can't deal with you? Fourth sister, what are you doing? Little ninth sister, Luo Jingwei, saw that her sister was being bullied, so she stepped forward and pushed Luo Jingying away. She rudely pulled Luo Jingyu's sleeve and bruised it. Fourth sister, why are you so vicious? Luo Jingying was caught off guard and staggered. She opened her mouth and wanted to curse, but Madame Lu hurriedly reached out and covered her mouth. You evil creature, don't you know that a girl's body is delicate? A little bit of pressure can hurt her. You're in a hurry to talk to your fifth sister, but you don't want to be noisy and affect your grandmother. You should be gentle when you pull her. Why aren't you apologizing to your fifth sister? Luo Jingying was yelled at by Madame Lu, and her mind finally cleared a little. She looked at Luo Jingyu's arm and looked at the people around her. She hurriedly followed her mother's words and apologized to Luo Jingyu softly. Her eyes were red, and she looked as if she was hurt by her sister's injury. Luo Jingwei still wanted to say something, but Luo Jingyu stopped her. Fourth sister, I'm fine. It's just that I didn't know that fourth sister was born with divine strength until today. But you have to be careful in the future. It's okay if you hurt your siblings, but if you go out, it's not good. If a man was born with divine strength, that would be a good thing. But if a lady from a noble family was labeled with such a label, the impact would be too bad. Not to mention other things. Just in terms of marriage, if the man knew that the woman was a Herculean warrior, he would have to consider if there was a possibility of fighting in the future if they quarreled. Who would be willing to marry such a person? Madame Lu held Luo Jingying tightly. With a gentle smile, she looked at Luo Jingyu with pity. Luo Jingyu, your fourth sister was not born with great strength. She was just a little anxious just now and didn't know how to control her strength. If you ask me, you are the most delicate girl. Don't be angry. When we go back, I will teach her a lesson so that she won't dare to be so reckless in the future. Fourth aunt, you're being too serious. I'm really not angry. That's good. Madame Zhang stood on the side and didn't say anything, but her expression wasn't very good. Madame Lu looked at her and chuckled. I haven't congratulated second sister-in-law yet. You're going to be a mother again. Everyone looked at Madame Zhang curiously and unconsciously glanced at her belly. Was she pregnant again after more than 10 years? She was already in her 30s. Wasn't she giving birth to pearls when she was old? She was so lucky. Madame Zhang felt uncomfortable being stared at. It's not me. It's Madame Bai from our branch. By the way, I haven't. She told the old madam, because she allowed Madam Ba to not pay respects to her and let the servants take good care of her. She forgot about it. Before she finished speaking, a hand reached out and took her arm. Grandmother said that it's still early. Let's talk about it after 3 months. Fourth aunt, you are well informed. Jingwan smiled and interrupted Madame Zhang's unfinished words. What's wrong? Grandmother asked me to come and see. Madame Lu changed the topic. She wanted to cause an internal dispute in the second branch and make grandmother dissatisfied. She wanted to see if she would agree. Third sister, it's nothing. It's just me and fourth sister playing. Did we affect grandmother? I'm sorry. Luo Jingyu took the initiative to speak with a little guilt. Luo Jingyu didn't want to pursue the matter. Jingwan nodded and didn't say anything. She watched the group of people leave. Her fifth sister was really an honest person, but when she occasionally became sharp, it was as if she had another personality. Jingwan had seen it many years ago. Although ninth sister was a troublemaker, when her fifth sister wanted to suppress her, it was just a matter of words and actions. It was good to let others see it, lest they think that the second branch was easy to bully. Jingwan went back and accompanied Madame Luo to have breakfast with her fourth aunt and the cousins of the fourth branch. Madame Lu took Luo Jinging back to the third branch and then asked someone to go to the home school and asked the teacher for a leave of absence for her. Madame Lu drank tea without saying a word. Luo Jinging was a little nervous because of her seriousness. Mother, kneel down. Mother, kneel down. Madame Lu, who originally had a sullen face, directly smashed the cup. The group of servants was frightened. They shrank their necks and wanted to find a hole to hide in and disappear. All of you get out. Madame Lu coldly glanced at them. As if they had been pardoned, they rushed out of the room as if they were fleeing. Luo Jinging had never seen her mother so angry. Because Madame Lu's anger was directed at her, she was even more frightened. She obediently kneeled down and said, Mother, don't be angry. Wasn't it all because... It's all because you're stupid. If you weren't stupid, people would know that you were short-sighted and stared at cousin's prescription. If you weren't stupid, would you do such a thing outside the main courtyard? In the past, in Qian Prefecture, you were as stupid as a pig. Because you were young, you could be forgiven if you did something wrong. I indulged you. In the past few years, I spent a lot of effort to teach you. I thought you learned well, but when you saw Luo Jingwan, you reverted to your old ways and forgot everything. It was as if you lost your mind. I told you a long time ago that the old madam is extremely biased. Even if it's her fault for fighting with Luo Jingwan, it's still your fault if the old madam says so. I've told you over and over again not to fight with her directly, but you just won't listen to me with your pig brain. You clearly have more advantages than her, but you don't know how to use them. As a girl, all you talk about is money. Even if you want to scheme, you should keep in your heart. Even if you succeed in the future, Luo Jingwan will think of you first. Even if there is no evidence, based on today's matter, you will definitely not be able to get away with it. I will try my best to find the best teacher and the best etiquette instructor for you. I hope you will be chaste, gentle, virtuous, and not impatient in speaking and doing things. In some occasions, when you shouldn't interrupt, you should smile and hold it in. When it's time for you to show your face, you should be generous and do your best to show your talent. When it's time for you to fight for opportunities, you should be appropriate and not irritate people. You have to integrate these beautiful things into your bones bit by bit and become the most outstanding girl. Let those noble madams know that even if you don't have a good family background, you're still a person worthy of their attention and support. In your mouth, because you're used to cursing in your own courtyard, I will pretend that I didn't hear it. But because you're used to speaking without thinking when you're outside, you will speak without thinking. From today onwards, no matter where you are, I will ask the etiquette instructor to slap you. If you can't control your temper, I will put you in confinement and not allow you to take half a step out of the courtyard. Mother, Luo Jingwan went from being wronged at the beginning to being shocked, and now to being in disbelief. Luo Jinging, now kneel properly and think about what I said. You're not allowed to get up until 2 hours later. Mrs. Lu got up, straightened her sleeves, and walked towards the door. Luo Jinging reached out and grabbed her clothes. Mother, daughter knows that she was wrong. Don't Madame Lu flung her away. Shinner, go and call fourth young lady's etiquette instructor over. Have her watch over fourth young lady. If fourth young lady is disobedient, whip her. Madame Lu had really hardened her heart to teach her a lesson. Mother. Luo Jingying looked at Mrs. Lu's ruthless and indifferent back. She still couldn't believe that this was the mother who doted on her and gave in to her. How could she be so cruel? Chapter 15. Unexpectedly, the etiquette instructor didn't reprimand her, nor did she tell her about the rules. Instead, she was calm and even a little loving. Miss, don't blame Madam. She also hates you. Your father is a lecherous man. He made a Tongfang pregnant before Madam married into our family. Besides, the eldest son and eldest daughter of the third branch are both born of concubines, making her a joke. However, because of the decline of your family, she has to swallow all the grievances and tears. Her only hope is you and eighth young master. But eighth young master is only 9 years old, and there are still many years before he can start a family. Moreover, if I may say something inappropriate, eighth young master doesn't look like a scholar. It's really hard to say what will happen in the future. Maybe Madam, and even eighth young master can only rely on you in the future. Madam, an eighth young master may depend on you. Madam, an eighth young master may depend on you. She is afraid that you will fall in the palm of her hand. She is afraid that you will melt in her mouth. In her heart, whether she can rely on you or not is secondary. She hopes that you will be well and marry a good husband. Don't say any more. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I know what to do in the future. Luo Jingying cried and was out of breath. The etiquette instructor gently hugged her and stroked her hair. Our miss is the best. She can't be more intelligent. The etiquette instructor comforted Luo Jingying and then went to find Mrs. Lu. Thank you for your hard work, Nanny. That evil creature made you suffer again. Madam, you don't have to say that. In fact, fourth young lady is really smart. But perhaps because she was born to be opposite to third young lady, she can't calm down when she meets third young lady. I believe that after this experience, fourth young lady will be much better in the future. In fact, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have said something I shouldn't have said because Luo Jingwan's 8 characters were better than fourth young lady's. These 2 days, I found out how much Luo Jingwan's influence on fourth young lady's 8 characters was. It's like a demon. Mrs. Lu is a little tired because of her own mistakes. Since it's a demonic barrier, it'll be fine as long as I get rid of it. Who knows, I might even be able to soar to the heavens. Nanny, you're right. However, no matter whether Luo Jingwan is good or bad, let's not talk about her in detail. She needs to learn to grow up on her own. Whatever she does, we'll keep an eye on her. Apart from that, we can't be idle. The second branch has been living too comfortably. We have to find something for them to do, especially my second sister-in-law. She's really an eyesore. Mrs. Lu touched the wrinkles on the corner of her eyes. She spent a lot of time trying to smooth them out every day. But her second sister-in-law was older than her, but she was more beautiful than her. She was already old, but her husband still doted on her. So, even if she had children, she didn't have so many troubles. Madame Bai's pregnancy was originally something that could be used, but because of that evil creature, we had no choice but to reveal it in advance, so it hasn't had any effect yet. However, as long as it's still in the womb, we can always do something. If second sister-in-law is in trouble, our third young lady will probably be sad as well. Madam, you're right. Jingwan naturally didn't know about the scheme behind her back. After breakfast, when she accompanied Madame Luo to change clothes, she admitted her mistake to her grandmother. After all, without her grandmother's permission, she used her grandmother to shut third aunt's mouth, although she believed that her grandmother really knew about Madame Bai's pregnancy. But a mistake was a mistake. Madame Luo naturally didn't care about such a small matter. This was the difference between being favored and not being favored. If it was someone else, they would more or less be punished. At least, they would be verbally criticized. If they weren't favored, they might have to kneel in the small temple and copy the filial piety scriptures. Madame Luo could blindly indulge her, But Jingwan wouldn't indulge herself like that. She wouldn't allow similar things to happen again. Because if it became a habit, it might happen one after another. First, it would be a small matter, then it would accumulate little by little, and then it would be one big matter after another. If she always thought that she would be forgiven and that someone would deal with the aftermath, then one day, she might do something impulsively that she couldn't bear the consequences. Even if her grandmother's love for her hadn't been completely wiped out, what if the entire Luo family couldn't protect her? It would only bring disaster to the entire Luo family. This wasn't an alarmist talk. Whether it was in history or in the Qi Yuan dynasty, it was not uncommon for an unfilial descendant to harm the whole family. People's hearts were made of flesh. For more than 10 years, she was born in this family, grew up in this family, and received a lot of love and care. No matter how deep the influence of her previous life was on her, she couldn't leave herself out of the Luo family in this life and ignore it like an outsider. She had long become a part of this family and had to consider this family and her relatives. Although Jingwan didn't say anything, she had been raised by her for so many years. She could more or less guess what she was thinking. So, how could she not love such a gentle, considerate, and filial child? There were always some people who thought that she was biased and couldn't see their good and their excellence. However, they didn't see what they had done. The so-called flattery and the so-called excellence were all utilitarian and calculative. Putting herself in her shoes, if you didn't give your heart, how could you expect me to hold you in the palm of my hand? Wasn't it too ridiculous? Besides, a cold-hearted person would always feel that everyone owed him or her. When there were benefits, he or she would always rush to get a foot in it. Once there was trouble, he or she would hide faster than anyone else. Even if he or she was ruthless, what could this kind of person do? Even if it was mother and son, father and son, father and daughter, if it was just a passion, they might be selfless in a short period of time. However, after a long time, they would always feel cold. Jingwan helped to check the list of gifts prepared for the Chun family again. Because it was written very clearly on the list, Madame Luo naturally wouldn't have a situation of substandard goods. Therefore, with a glance, she knew in her heart. After all, when she was in Qian Manor, she often did such things. Occasionally, when she wasn't very sure, she would ask Madame Luo. The capital wasn't Qian Manor. Perhaps the rules were different, but she couldn't lose the big picture for small things. Seeing Jingwan's serious look, Madame Luo just smiled at the side and didn't say anything. She was very assured of Jingwan. In the past 2 years, the things that were sent out in her name, whether it was the people in Qian Manor or the various gifts sent to the capital, were all prepared by Jingwan. At first, she was very surprised at how quickly she learned and understood. After a few pointers, she didn't make any mistakes. When they left, it was almost another hour. Jingwan accompanied Madame Luo in the carriage in front, while fourth uncle and his family sat in the 2 carriages behind. There were also many servants. Originally, it was just a simple visit to relatives, but it was also mighty. When the commoners saw it, they all avoided it. This was the class of the rich and powerful. This was because in her previous life, her scumbag father was also a high-ranking official. Jingwan had long experienced this feeling, but it was far from being as deep as in this world. After all, in the world of her previous life, most of it was the officials who were courteous to the commoners. Wan, are you feeling uncomfortable? Obviously, on the way to the capital, Jingwan suffered from severe motion sickness, which scared Madame Luo. Grandmother, don't worry, I'm fine. In the past, when I was in Qian Manor, I was fine even if I went out of the city for 2 to 4 hours. I'm just afraid that after your first time, you'll feel uncomfortable once you touch the carriage. If you really feel uncomfortable, don't hold it in. Grandmother, it's not like you don't know that I've always been a delicate person who likes to enjoy life. I won't hold it in and suffer. The journey to the capital is long, and the road is uneven and bumpy. Isn't it only about an hour to go to Granduncle's house? I'm sure it'll be fine. Jingwan smiled and hugged Madame Luo's arm coquettishly. Madame Luo also smiled. It'd be great if our Wan was really delicate. On the way, The voice of a young steward suddenly came from outside. "Madam, Prince Rue's carriage is behind." "Get out of the way," Madame Luo said without thinking. So the carriage moved to the side and slowly stopped. Jingwan pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Chapter 16. This Prince Rue was the current emperor's third son, Li Hongming. His birth mother was the head of the 4 imperial concubines, noble consort Su. Noble consort Su had been favored for many years. In addition, Li Hongming himself was also extremely outstanding and deeply loved by the emperor. With the two added together, noble consort Su could even compete with the empress, who was born in Duke Ding Fu's Sun family. The other 3 imperial concubines also had to avoid her most of the time. Noble consort Su had a son and a daughter. The princess was the 5th, 15 or 16 years old. Her title was Min Xiang, which was the age to choose a husband for marriage. In addition, she had an adopted son, the 6th prince, Li Hongyuan, who was titled Jin Xinhuang. This Jin Xinhuang's reputation didn't seem to be very good. The reason didn't seem to be because noble consort Su tried to smear his name, but because of himself. Noble consort Su had an advantage in the harem that none of the other imperial concubines could compare to. Is that old Madame Luo in the carriage? She originally thought that it would be fine as long as she gave way, but it seemed that her wish wouldn't come true. But in the blink of an eye, old Madame Luo's face turned solemn. She glanced at Jingwan, patted her hand, and then got out of the carriage. Jingwan sat quietly. She vaguely heard grandmother and 4th uncle's greetings, followed by another gentle and polite voice. Presumably, it was that Prince Rue. He greeted grandmother and praised 4th uncle. In the end, he hinted vaguely that 4th uncle could look for him if he needed anything. Old Madame Luo returned to the carriage. Jingwan hurriedly got up and went forward to support her. And it was this movement that allowed Li Hongming to vaguely see her silhouette. His eyes flashed slightly. Go and find out which Luo family's young lady is in the carriage. He didn't necessarily want to do anything, but it was a habit of people like them. It might be useful in the future, so it was better to be prepared. Yes, after Prince Rue's carriage left, Jingwan saw that her expression still hadn't eased. She was a bit worried. Grandmother? Old Madame Luo sighed softly. Don't worry, grandmother is fine. I'm just a bit emotional. This Prince Rue really lives up to his reputation. His temperament is good, and his methods are excellent. Just a few words, and your 4th uncle is about to be loyal to him. Jingwan chuckled. 4th uncle knows very well. He was also an extremely smooth person, and his acting skills were at the level of an award-winning actor. Your 4th uncle is really tempted, although it's not as exaggerated as it seems. Jingwan's smile faded a little, and she said in an inaudible voice, yes, after all, Prince Rue has a great chance of winning. I know your 4th uncle best. With your grandfather suppressing him, he won't get involved. However, Wan, do you know that your 3rd uncle is very close to the 1st prince, Prince Kong, and his people? He's still far from the core circle. But if he keeps jumping around like this, he might implicate the whole Luo family. If he prospers, we prosper, and if he suffers, we suffer. 3rd uncle wants to climb up the social ladder. Grandfather, why don't you fulfill his wish? Sometimes the harder a person presses down, the stronger the rebound will be. I'm afraid that he's not satisfied with the position that your grandfather values. If your grandfather really helps him to the position that he's satisfied with, people will see that your grandfather's connections and ability aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. He won't be able to stay out of it anymore. Old Madame Luo sighed softly. In our family, your father is the most worry-free one. Jingwan thought that her grandfather's position as the Minister of Rights was indeed intentional. She couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing wrong with father's position. It's just that it will affect your marriage. No matter how good your grandfather is, he's still a generation away from you. He's already so old. In addition to the current situation, there's a limit to how much he can help his grandson-in-law. Your father's mediocrity will always make you lower your head. Everyone has their own fate. If a man relies on the family for everything, I won't take a liking to him. A real man should fight for what he wants. The strength of others can at most be used as a supporting point, but it shouldn't be used as a ladder for him to climb up. If that's the case, even if he climbs up, he won't know how strong it is because he doesn't know how strong it is. He might even collapse at any time. Only by grasping it in his own hands and laying down the cornerstone himself can he know how strong it is and how high it can support him. Old Madame Luo was stunned. This was the first time Jingwan had said such words to her. It was impossible for her not to be surprised. This was completely different from the Wanwan she knew. Her words could be said to be contrary to the current situation, but she agreed with it very much. It reminded her of her husband, Luo Peishan. Old Madame Luo hugged her in her arms. No wonder your grandfather found it a pity that you're not a man. Sure enough, the third girl was the most like him. Even their thoughts were so similar. However, Wanwan's words were refreshing. But Wanwan, the kind of man you're talking about is not easy to control. Why should I control him? I yearn to be with him for the rest of my life, but I don't expect it. If he gives me enough respect, I don't mind being his virtuous wife. Be with him for the rest of your life? What an extravagant hope. Back then, I had some possibility too, but I didn't dare to take the risk because people's hearts are fickle. In just a few decades, things might change. Moreover, if your grandfather agreed the first time, I would be greedy for the second and third time. If I didn't get what I wanted, or if I was instigated by someone with ulterior motives, I might think that your grandfather had changed his mind. In that case, there would be estrangement, and our friendship would be gone. It's better now that your grandfather is old, and I've become the only woman standing by his side. Jingwan felt that the atmosphere was a little sad, so she said with a smile, Grandma, tell me about you and grandfather. Old Madame Luo came back to her senses and patted Jingwan. You're getting more and more presumptuous. Didn't I tell you about your grandfather, and I long ago? It was okay to tell her granddaughter about the matter between husband and wife. If she told her granddaughter more, it would be disrespectful. How could such a flat, straightforward, and emotionless description count? The only thing that could be considered as gossip was her grandfather's arrest. However, Jingwan didn't really want to gossip. I'm very happy that you can tell me what's in your heart, but don't tell anyone else about this, not even your mother. I know, with my mother's temper, if I really told her, she might scold me and say that I'm a traitor. However, she won't say that she didn't teach me well because I was raised by you. Fortunately, I raised you. If she raised you, I don't know what she'll do to you. Your mother will be like this for the rest of her life. Don't expect anything from her. However, she and your father are a match made in heaven. Jingwan chuckled. If her father heard this, she didn't know what he would think. Because the grandmother and granddaughter were whispering and there was no one in the carriage to wait on them, their words naturally didn't reach a third person's ears. The group arrived at the Chun family smoothly. When Madame Luo got married, her grandfather was an elder and her father was also a second-rank official. Now, not to mention her grandfather, even her parents had passed away. Naturally, they weren't as prominent as before, but it wasn't too bad. When Madame Luo's grandfather passed away, she rushed back to see him for the last time. However, when her parents passed away, she couldn't return. Not only was she in prefecture far away and the Luo family was in mourning, she was also bedridden and almost couldn't get up. It could be said that this was her biggest regret in life. The current head of the family was Madame Luo's elder brother. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Qin Changshu had specially taken a day off because his sister had returned home. When the siblings met, their eyes couldn't help but redden. Madame Luo was anxious and first lit incense in front of her parents' memorial tablets. Perhaps she thought of something and couldn't help but cry. Gradually, she cried uncontrollably and the people around her comforted her. They all knew that her health wasn't good in the past, and it took her so many years to reach her current state. They were really afraid that her crying would hurt her body. After a lot of persuasion, Madame Luo finally stopped crying. After old Madame Luo finished washing up, the two siblings had a private chat. Qin Changshu then went to work. He was in the Ministry of Revenue, and although the natural disasters that happened in some places a few days ago were not particularly serious, the Ministry of Revenue was still very busy. After that, the juniors from both sides formally greeted the elders. The juniors all received greeting gifts. Other than the children under the age of 7, the rest of the men went to the front yard to chat. Jingwan and the rest of the juniors, including the little bean who just learned to walk, were also chased out. Madame Luo had a total of 3 brothers. Her second brother was born of a concubine and moved out after the family split. Today, her second brother's family naturally came over. Madame Chun was also born of a noble family. When she was young, her temperament was relatively gentle. Now, she was also a kind old woman. Towards such a person, even if her second brother was born of a concubine, Madame Luo didn't have any bad feelings. As for her sister-in-law, she was actually a close friend of hers. Their temperaments were congenial, and naturally, there was no estrangement. As for Madame Luo's third brother, because of his poor health a few years ago, he retired from his official position. He was an only son, but he wasn't cut out for the bureaucracy. He simply brought his family back to his hometown. Chapter 17. The 3 old women with the highest seniority got along well with each other. The daughters-in-law below them naturally had a smiling face. They either listened or occasionally interjected. At this time, even if there was any filth between them, they would not be so stupid as to show it on the surface. I haven't been in the capital all these years. I've troubled you to take care of those bastards at home. I'm sorry. We're family. Aren't we estranged from each other? Madame Chin's mother was born in a family of generals. Influenced by her mother, she was quite forthright. As she grew older, she gradually restrained herself. However, when facing her former close friend, she showed signs of recovery. Madame Luo couldn't do anything about it. If she continued, she was afraid that Madame Luo would really get angry with her. So, she began to talk about the younger generation of the family. Unsurprisingly, they talked about Jingwan's marriage. To be honest, although I plan to come to the capital this time, part of the reason is my granddaughter. If I can find her a good husband, I'll be relieved. She had noticed that Madame Luo treated Jingwan differently. Before they came to the capital, she had occasionally heard about it, but she didn't expect that she cared so much about it. Tell me, what kind of man do you want? Since it was about Jingwan, Madame Luo naturally didn't hold back. First of all, he must have a good character and be ambitious. He doesn't need to be handsome, but at least he should be decent. His family background should be simple, especially the future mother-in-law. She can't be sharp and gentle. My second son will probably be like that in his life. So, I don't expect him to have a good family background. It's enough if he can be good to Wan. Your requirements are neither high nor low. Is this not low? I didn't ask him not to take in concubines or raise a concubine. It's good enough that he only has Wan in his heart. Madame Luo was a little dissatisfied with Madame Chen's words. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even choosing a son-in-law shouldn't be like this, right? Old Madame Chen sighed. Let's not talk about the fact that you won't be able to sleep with a concubine. But looking at your thoughts, at least you can't go too far. You can't spoil the concubine and neglect the wife. This person has a long life. Naturally, the selection of people has to be more meticulous. It's not enough to just look at the surface. We have to do a thorough investigation. I'm more familiar with the current capital than you are. Give me a few days, and I'll ask around. Thank you, sister-in-law. Enough. Stop putting on an act. When were you ever courteous with me when you were young? Old Madame Chun scolded with a smile. That's because sister-in-law gave in to me. Madame Luo also smiled. Mother, if you ask me, there's already a good candidate. Min Gear should be able to meet Ant's requirements in all aspects. A woman slowly peeled the almonds. She didn't eat them and just put them on a plate at the side. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman sitting opposite her stared at her like a knife. However, she didn't show any weakness. Instead, she straightened her back and looked at the woman with a smile. After her reminder, old Madame Chun clapped her hands. That's right. How could I forget about Min Gear? Min Gear? The one just now? Madame Luo hadn't calmed down at that time. She didn't see clearly and didn't have much of an impression. Speaking of which, it was the eldest grandson of Madame Luo's third brother, Chun Jungmin. He was 16 years old. Because he was going to the capital to take the imperial exam, he was staying at his eldest granduncle's house. Yes, Mingir has been staying at home for the past few months. Although I can't say I'm 100% sure of his character, I'm still 70% sure. He's polite, modest, and knowledgeable. Your elder brother said that if there's no accident, he'll be one of the top 10 in the second grade. If he's lucky, he might even be able to come in third like my brother-in-law back then. The key is that there was a shameless girl who threw herself at him, but he wasn't moved at all. He left her to me to deal with and didn't cross the line at all. He's very well behaved. Madame Luo was a little moved. It sounded like a good candidate. After he came to the capital, my third sister-in-law also sent me a letter. If it's suitable, I'll find him a good wife in the capital. I don't know what your family's Jingwan is like, but based on my understanding of you, she's definitely a good girl. Moreover, my third uncle and the others have great expectations for Mingir, so they don't mind him staying in the capital. With my brother-in-law's ability, it's naturally not difficult for him to do this. In this way, your third daughter doesn't have to marry far away. The more I talk about it, the more I feel that the two of them are suitable. The timing is also very coincidental, as if it's predestined by fate. Madame Chin nodded as she spoke. Mother, my husband is also in the front yard. Isn't he also going to take the imperial exam this year? I think he'll meet Mingir and have a lot to talk about. He'll know more or less about him. Go back and ask my husband. You'll see Mingir again later, Madame Wu said. However, Madame Wu didn't have much hope for her husband. Otherwise, he would have gone to the capital to study in peace long ago. Why would he wait until he was with Madame Wu? She might have had some hope in the early years, but now it was dispensable. Now that you mention it, I remember that Mingir has also been to your house once or twice. I heard that my brother-in-law personally taught him once. My brother-in-law has a good impression of him. You can go back and ask him. Madame Luo nodded. To be able to gain her husband's favor, this child was at least good in some aspects. She had an idea. Madame Chun thought of another matter. Since you're preparing to choose a husband for her, why haven't I seen any movements from your eldest daughter-in-law and her mother? I didn't tell them in advance. If I let you search for her, it's most likely because you're considering my eldest son's future and interests. If I tell her the conditions clearly, she probably won't be so dedicated. That's not what I want to see. As for Wan's mother, she's not important. I don't intend to let her interfere in Wan's marriage. Madame Chen also smiled. Your second daughter-in-law is lucky. But for the child, it's not a blessing. In the end, only Madame Luo and Madame Chun were left to talk privately. Everyone else dispersed. The daughters-in-law of the Chun family's third branch followed behind second Madame Chun. One of them, whose family name was Yun, finally couldn't help but say, Mother, I took a fancy to Mingir for my niece. What right do they have to snatch him away? And that bitch Wan, she clearly knows what I mean, but she deliberately goes against me. She angrily pulled at her handkerchief. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. However, second Madame Chun still walked forward unhurriedly. The other woman beside her also ignored her. Mother, you have to think of a way. This damn old woman. She said she was kind, but in fact, she was cowardly. She didn't know how to fight or snatch. Otherwise, their second branch would definitely be much better than now. She was so angry that she didn't know where to vent her anger. Second Madame Chun was probably annoyed by her. She stopped and turned around. He was chosen for your niece. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that? What's wrong with that? Yin stiffened her neck and replied. Second Madame Chun laughed. It was a mockery that Yin had never seen before. Your niece is shameless. She repeatedly pestered Mingir. Mingir has a good temper, so he left her some face. Don't you think what she did was right? That's right. Didn't you do this to my son back then? Birds of a feather flocked together. Yun's face flushed red. Mother, don't make slanderous accusations. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Second Madame Chun completely ignored her anger. Whether or not I'm making slanderous accusations, you know best in your heart. For my son's sake, I'll give you a piece of advice. Your little tricks can be used on my stupid son. Now that your eldest aunt has the intention to reconcile Mingir with your aunt's child, if you use similar methods on Mingir, how can she continue to tolerate your niece? If she continues to be so stubborn, when your eldest aunt's thunderous methods strike, she will definitely ruin her reputation. After that, all the girls in your maternal family will be unlucky. Don't let anyone die when the time comes, including you, who will be the center of your maternal family. Yin felt a little guilty at first, then she was stunned. Mother, you're joking, right? Would eldest aunt do that? Chapter 18. Li Hongming quickly learned of Jingwan's identity from his subordinates. He was slightly disappointed that she wasn't from a main branch, but from the second branch. However, she was the only grandchild left by Madame Luo aside from the fourth branch of the Luo family. It could be seen that she was deeply doted on by Madame Luo. Even if the value of the marriage wasn't that great, there might be other uses for her in the future. Luo Peishan was currently sitting in the position of Minister of Rights. He wasn't very useful, but he knew that Luo Peishan was quite capable. He just lacked some luck, otherwise he would have been sitting in the position of Minister of War. The Minister of Appointments was old and had been plagued with illness for the past year. From time to time, he would ask for leave. It was very likely that he would retire after this examination. The brothers were all fighting openly and covertly to push their own people up. However, he didn't have a suitable candidate right now. He was also considering pushing those neutral people up and putting his label on them. In his heart, he screened the people with the ability one by one and found that Luo Peishan was really a good candidate. After pushing him up, he would marry a girl from the Luo family as a secondary consort. Basically, he would firmly tie Luo Peishan to his side. Thinking of this, Li Hongming's mood became even better. It wasn't that he didn't consider that the other brothers might make the same choice, but he was confident that no one else would have a right to interfere if he made a move. There was no morning court today, but the things that needed to be done still had to be done. Li Hongming first went to the Yamen of the Ministry of Revenue to finish the things at hand. Because he was a prince, a Qinhuang, he only had a nominal position in the Ministry of Revenue. There weren't many things that he needed to personally handle. What he really needed to do was to know the situation in the Ministry of Revenue in detail. After all, even with his noble status, there were some things that he couldn't come into contact with. This required him to slowly gather people, slowly understand the situation, and slowly infiltrate. After dealing with the Ministry of Revenue, Li Hongming entered the palace and went directly to see Noble Consort Su. In Noble Consort Su's place, Li Hongming was rarely relaxed. After sitting down, he seemed a bit lazy. Although he didn't have Li Hongyuan's peerlessly good looks, he was still tall and handsome. Even if he was wearing casual clothes, he didn't lack the bearing of a prince. It could be said that he had the bearing of a dragon, a phoenix, and an imposing appearance. Ming Yuan Er's temper has been so bad recently, and it has lasted for so long. Who provoked him? Imperial concubine Su, who was dressed in formal attire, sat high up in the main hall of the Jade Essence Palace. Her eyes were slightly lowered, restraining the unique charm formed by the upturned corners of her eyes. She carelessly fiddled with her long, carefully manicured nails. Her nails were not painted with nail polish, but a natural pink color. She was already over 40 years old, but there were not many traces of age on her body. Especially her hands, which were slender and beautiful, with plump and round fingertips. Who knows? He was dissatisfied that Imperial concubine Su had asked about the person he hated the moment she opened her mouth, so he couldn't help but be a little perfunctory and indifferent. Imperial consort Su glanced at her son. Your imperial father doesn't allow him to enter the palace, and imperial mother can't see him. As his elder brother, you naturally have to care for your younger brother. Go and see him after you leave the palace. His lazy posture was tinged with a bit of hostility, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. Ming Er, imperial concubine, Su calmly interrupted him. Her usually gentle gaze now contained a trace of sharpness. Li Hongming met her gaze, and the momentum on his body disappeared. He unnaturally turned his head away. He didn't want to admit that he respected and feared this woman who gave birth to him, raised him, and spoiled him. He didn't want to admit that there was still fear in his heart at this time. Ming'er, I have always treated you and Yuan equally. You can't take it for granted that I should treat you better just because he didn't crawl out of my womb. He has been raised by my side since he was little. In my opinion, he is the same as you. You are already married with a wife and a daughter. Why are you still jealous like a little girl? Imperial concubine Su gently smiled. Go and see him after you leave the palace, understand? Li Hongming stared at Imperial concubine Su for a moment, and then put away all his emotions. Like a modest gentleman, he answered with a perfect and warm smile, yes. The mother and son happily talked about other things, mixed with light laughter from time to time. The atmosphere was very good. The palace servants next to them all sighed with emotion that Imperial concubine Su was indeed a gentle and good mother. Even if she secretly fought with the Empress and the other concubines, it couldn't erase the fact that she was the best mother in the harem. Thinking about the bad-tempered, ruthless, and willful Prince Jean, who sometimes even dared to talk back to His Majesty, he was the most obedient in front of Imperial concubine Su. In the afternoon, ask Lady Lu to bring my 2 granddaughters into the palace. The Lady Lu mentioned by Imperial concubine Su was Prince Rui's legal wife. Li Hongming nodded. Okay, how is Lady Qian? Imperial concubine Su asked faintly. Li Hongming glanced at Imperial concubine Su, who was casually drinking tea, and slightly lowered his eyes. She's fine. His Wang Fei was virtuous and kind. She provided Lady Lu with good food and drinks, and there were 2 female medical attendants by her side at all times. Every 3 days, an imperial physician would come to the Fu to take her pulse. There was no trouble at all, so it was hard for her not to be well. No matter how ironic he felt in his heart, he didn't show it. If I give birth to a boy, is Lady Lu going to raise him herself, or ask for Lady Qian to be concubine? Lady Qian was only a concubine, so she naturally didn't have the qualifications to raise an imperial grandson. Both. Imperial concubine Su looked at her son with slight surprise. If Lady Qian became a concubine, then the harem of Lord Rui's mansion would be lively in the future. You could decide for yourselves. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. Leave the palace early. Aken will take his leave. Li Hongming stepped out of the gate of the Jade Essence Palace and slowly exhaled. This place made him relax, but also made him feel depressed. He relaxed because he didn't have to hide his various schemes, and the source of his depression was self-evident. Even if all his good mood was gone, Li Hongming was still the polite and cultured Li Hongming. But when he thought of meeting that bastard, his heart felt suffocated. He couldn't afford to offend that devil incarnate. Okay, perhaps to disperse the depression in his heart, or perhaps to see that bastard as late as possible. Li Hongming deliberately slowed down his steps, which made him look more graceful and noble. He didn't know how many palace maids blushed. They weren't originally on the same path, but they all turned a corner and had a chance encounter in front of him. Greetings to Prince Rui. Li Hongming didn't know how many times he said, "You're excused." Every time he said it, his heart became more irritable. He wished he could drag all these people out and beat them to death. Unfortunately, he wasn't Li Honyuan. The people he had always disdained made him envious at this time. If he was unhappy, he would kick them. Not only would he not receive any punishment, but a group of people would coax him as if he was their ancestor, only asking him to calm down. That kind of satisfaction, Li Hongming could probably only occasionally enjoy in private. If it happened too many times, he was afraid it would spread to Fu Huang's ears and ruin his image. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. Even if that bastard made his liver hurt, he was still Fu Huang's son. It was better than being sulked here by these servants. Li Hongming arrived at Jin Wangfu. Because he was unhappy, after confirming that Li Honyuan was in the Fu, he directly barged in without waiting for a report. The Fu's guards naturally didn't dare to stop him. However, none of the servants in Jin Wangfu didn't have eyes. Before Li Hongming even entered the door, someone had already reported to Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan was in the pavilion in the back garden, leaning on the couch and drinking wine. Around him, the music of bamboo and wind instruments lingered. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and dancers danced enchanting. It was a scene of drunken stupor. It would be a lie if Li Hongming said he wasn't jealous. However, his Fu didn't even have an opera troupe, let alone these multi-talented and beautiful concubines. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. In the end, it was still a matter of appearance. Chapter 19. Li Hongyuan shook the wine jug in his hand. It was empty, so he casually tossed it to the side. Only then did Li Hongyuan notice that there were already 5 or 6 empty wine jugs on the ground. Smelling the fragrance in the air, the 100-year-old top-grade 100 Flowers wine was just for him to drink like water. His heart was once again unbalanced. Who among his brothers was as extravagant as him? If others dared to do this, they would have been scolded by Imperial Father. Only this bastard. Imperial Father had used all kinds of punishment methods, but he still refused to change. Imperial Father had long given up on him. If there were too many impeachment memorials from the court, Emperor Lu would wildly scold them. Did they have nothing better to do? Instead of doing their own things, they only knew how to stare at his son all day long. He was the dignified ruler of the world, but he couldn't control his son. It was very tiring. This group of blind people even deliberately sprinkled salt on his wound. Everyone knew that the emperor didn't like Prince Jean on the surface, but for some reason, he favored him in his heart. Otherwise, with Li Hongyuan's detestable character, he would have been ganged up on and killed long ago. However, the more he lived, the more unfettered he became. Those who opposed him didn't have a good ending. Fine, if they saw him in the future, they would take a detour. Because of his mother, he was treated quite well in front of this person. Many of his brothers had been beaten up by him, and the princesses and princesses of the imperial family had also been angered to tears by him in various ways. Thinking of this, his heart was a lot more balanced. Li Hongming repeatedly reminded himself that there were gains and losses. Then he calmly asked, "What's wrong recently? Why are you so angry? Who provoked you?" He acted like a good brother. Li Hongyuan finally gave him a charitable look. "Do I need a reason to be in a bad mood?" The corner of Li Hongming's mouth twitched. Who the hell would be in a bad mood for no reason? Even if he was temperamental, after such a long time, he should have calmed down. Imperial Mother is very worried about you. Li Hongyuan's hand that was holding the wine cup paused. The drunkenness in his eyes seemed to dissipate a little. Tomorrow, this prince will go to the palace to see her. Li Hongming laughed sarcastically in his heart. Sometimes he would think between him and his 6th brother, who was more pitiful. But Imperial Father still hasn't removed the ban on you. Li Hongyuan curled his lips in disdain. Do you think those gatekeepers of the palace can stop this prince? How many people would do anything to become a guard of the imperial palace? Were they just gatekeepers in this person's eyes? A bunch of dogs? Li Hongming thought that he had the gift of the gab. No matter what the topic was, he would be able to answer it. However, he was repeatedly thwarted by Li Hongyuan. When this devil incarnate spoke, he would either leave you speechless or choke you until your liver hurt. All right, do as you see fit. After that, Li Hongming shifted his gaze to the group of dancers. Li Hongming was not particularly fond of beauties, but at this time, he was deeply attracted to the leading dancer. Her face was covered with a light veil, and her flexible waist was faintly discernible. The gauze skirt below was fluttering, and her eyes were like rippling waves. That gaze of hers was as if she saw you as the love of her heart, but also as if there was nothing in the world that could enter her eyes. She was seductive and unapproachable, which made people want to conquer her. To put it more bluntly, she was a natural stunner. Li Hongyuan's throat moved. Perhaps it was because he had drunk the aged wine, but his whole body was a little hot. Li Hongming had always been a self-disciplined person, so naturally, he would not lose his composure because of this scene. He looked at Li Hongyuan. "Such a beauty! Where did you get her?" Li Hongyuan might be really drunk, so he did not pay attention to him at all. So Eunuch Mu did his duty and answered for his master. Your Highness, she was sent by the dance studio. The dance studio was a private dance studio in the capital. It was rumored that the boss behind it was the #1 dancer from more than 20 years ago. She specialized in training dancers, either by training the people she bought and selling them, or by helping people train them. Although the former were not all beautiful, their figures were absolutely top-notch. Not only high officials and nobles liked them, but also brothels liked them. As for the latter, as long as you were willing to spend money, you could send any man or woman. That's right, both men and women could be sent there. According to the requirements of each customer, the difficulty of training was different, and the price was not the same. But the lowest price was thousands of taels of silver. It was said that no customer was dissatisfied with the result of training. Li Hongyuan was a regular customer of the dance studio. Of course, he only bought ready-made ones, and the one in front of him was sent by the dance studio. It was reasonable. How could a woman's dance studio have a foothold in the capital without a backer? Not to mention other things, those tigresses of high officials and nobles could crush the dance studio to ashes. Sixth brother, you have good luck with women, Li Hongming said in a slightly hoarse voice. Li Hongyuan had already closed his eyes slightly and restrained his usual violent aura. His whole person looked infinitely magnificent. Li Hongming secretly clicked his tongue. If he met someone who liked Nan Feng, he was afraid that he would be completely unable to control himself and directly throw himself at him. Even if he knew that the consequences would be very miserable, he would still do it without hesitation. It was no wonder that outsiders would say that Li Hongyuan, Prince Jin, was useless except for his face. However, there were still many women who wanted to throw themselves into his arms like moths to a flame. They wanted his pity, they wanted to occupy the most important position in his heart, and they also wanted to know what he would look like if he really fell in love with someone. Li Hongyuan was a good beauty. If you didn't have a good appearance, don't even think about letting him take a second look at you. However, there was also a saying of 7 days of favor. Those who caught his eye would receive 100% of his favor. A woman who was doted on by him could simply become the happiest woman in the world. Unfortunately, it would never exceed 7 days because the feeling of being doted on by him was too wonderful. Many women wanted to break this curse like 7 days by luck, but none of them had a good ending. As a result, after so many years, a path of withered bones and beauties was paved under his feet. When the dancer finished her song, the surroundings also became quiet. The dancer took graceful steps and slowly approached Li Hongyuan. Her appearance was truly one of deep love, and her eyes were filled with admiration. The woman that Li Hongming wanted to conquer just a moment ago was now completely submissive to another man. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the cup. Prince, the dancer gently leaned against the edge of the couch. Looking at Li Hongyuan's face, she became more and more infatuated. She leaned over and reached out her hand. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. The dancer was kicked off the couch by Li Hongyuan. That strength was so fierce that Li Hongming seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. The dancer screamed. Her face instantly turned pale, and she fell to the ground. For a while, she didn't dare to move. Li Hongyuan sat up and unhurriedly straightened his clothes. It's taken care of. He got up and walked away with slightly drunk steps. Sixth brother, since this dancer made you unhappy, why don't you give her to third brother? Li Hongming looked at the woman and unexpectedly opened his mouth. Unfortunately, Li Hongyuan still didn't give him face and ignored him. Li Hongming clenched his fists. Your Highness, you just need to take them back, Eunuch Mu said respectfully. Oh, you can make the decision on this matter? Sixth brother won't be angry? Li Hongming loosened his hand and said with a smile. Eunuch Mu smiled awkwardly at Li Hongming. Prince, you know what kind of temper our master has. If he is tired of her, he can do whatever he wants with her. So, 7 days have passed. Li Hongming's expression was a little bad. No, this dancer was just sent here yesterday. It's just that master's temper has been bad recently, so he doesn't have the mood. I see. No wonder he doesn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Li Hongming got up and walked to the dancer. He squatted down, raised her chin, and took off the veil. She was worthy of being kept by his good brother, who had seen countless beauties. Even if she hadn't won his favor, she was absolutely stunning. A beauty is a beauty. It's just that your luck is a little bad, so you don't have a chance to enjoy the 7 days of favor. Go back with me. Although I can't be as popular as sixth brother, I won't be tired of it after 7 days. She was just a dancer, so she naturally had no right to refuse. Li Hongming got the beauty, so he didn't bother to ask why Li Hongyuan was in a bad mood. Anyway, he just went through the motions at the beginning to explain to his mother. After eunuch Mu sent Li Hongming away, he went to the study. Master, Lord Rue, took her away. At this time, Li Hongyuan was not drunk at all. His face was expressionless, but the hostility in his eyes was frightening. Li Hongming has guts. He dares to have ideas about Wanwan. Tell that person to pass on the message that if she doesn't serve this prince's good third brother well, she will suffer a fate worse than death. Yes, eunuch Mu said in his heart, Master, it hasn't reached that point. Lord Rue just lacks Miss Luo's identity. As for the dancer, she doesn't even know who her real target is. Her value is just SOSO. He wants to have Luo Peishan in his hand. You must let the others know. This time, if I don't cut off one of his arms, I'll wash your necks clean. In his previous life, Li Hongyuan didn't want a throne. At this time, he was helping Li Hongming. But obviously, Li Hongyuan was very wary of him. He didn't know what Li Hongming was doing. Sure enough, he was fully prepared. Nothing could escape from his hands. Chapter 20. Before lunch, Madame Luo called Chun Jingmin over. Since she was already tempted, she might as well be decisive. She calmly inquired about her third brother's situation and Chun Jingmin's background. Therefore, even Jingwan, who was sitting quietly next to her, did not notice anything amiss. As for the person being inquired about, he was not aware of it at all. Because he had heard his grandmother mention this grand-aunt more than once, he knew that they had a good relationship. However, after his grandaunt got married, they rarely met, especially in the following 10 years. Therefore, he respectfully and politely answered all of Madame Luo's questions. It could be said that he did not hide anything and was very detailed. Madame Luo was a little sad. I don't know if we will have a chance to meet again in this lifetime. Grandfather said that he may return to the capital again. Grandaunt, you will definitely have a chance to meet grandfather again. Please take care of yourself. That's good, that's good. Madame Luo told him a few more things, such as not to study too hard, to rest early especially at night, and not to be cooped up at home all the time. He could also take some time to go out and walk around. If he encountered any problems, he could go directly to Luo Shangshu. If he was not there, he could also go to her. She would leave the questions for the evening and have someone send them back to Chun Jingmin the next day. Chun Jingmin was naturally very excited. His grandaunt was the third-place winner and had accumulated experience over the past few decades. Last time, he only gave him a little advice, and he benefited a lot. However, will it be too much trouble for grandaunt? His face was slightly red. Was he embarrassed? Jingwan thought of herself as a thick-skinned person. It was rare to see a man blushing, and it was only because he might be troubling others. In her opinion, it was quite rare, and she could not help but look at him a little more. However, knowing that he was troubling others, he was still honest about his desire. This kind of person was not bad. Madame Luo glanced at Jingwan secretly and smiled. It's not troublesome. It's just a small matter. Your grandaunt will also check on your fourth uncle and your cousins every day. Luo Peishan was willing to help talented juniors, not to mention the eldest grandson of his own brother. If Wanwan could be engaged to him, his master would definitely do his best. Because it was just incidental, it made Chun Jingmin feel less guilty. There were other people around, so Madame Luo couldn't ask for Jingwan's opinion, so she didn't mention it for the time being. The trip to the Chun clan could be said to be a joyous one. As for the displeasure in the hearts of those few people, who would care about it? When they left the Chun family, Jingwan was still kept by Madame Luo's side, and no one was left to serve them in the carriage. 1-1. How are you getting along with the Chin sisters? They're all very easy to get along with. The first branch of the Chun family did not have as many people as the Luo family. Moreover, the first 3 cousins of the Chin family were already married, while the last 2 were still relatively young. Therefore, there were only 3 or 4 people who were close to the age of Jingwan, including the second branch of the Chin family. Moreover, their temperament was relatively good, except for a little cousin who always stared at her jewelry and said flattering words as if they were free. The only one who almost directly asked for it was a little annoying. Jingwan smiled and sent her away because she knew that once this kind of thing started, it might be out of control. She was not a child of wealth. It was just that the little girl would say that she was stingy behind her back. Jingwan was right. In fact, the little cousin was the daughter of Madame Yun, a woman who was unscrupulous and shameless. How well could she teach her daughter? While the little lass was complaining to her mother, the other girls were telling their respective grandmothers about the matter with ugly expressions on their faces. Thinking about that scene, they were so ashamed that they were unable to show their faces. Not only was Madame Chen furious, but even second Madame Chen was also very angry. Because she was dissatisfied with Madame Yun, she didn't care and let her do whatever she wanted. However, now she couldn't continue to indulge. Otherwise, if she made the first branch unhappy, the entire second branch would be implicated. She called Madame Yun and her daughter over, scolded them, and grounded them for a month. It must be said that the little girl was also unruly in front of second Madame Chun. She shouted on the spot, and then second Madame Chun slapped her and threw her into the temple, where she was locked up for 3 days. Madame Yun was dissatisfied and angry. As a result, her daughter was locked up for 15 days. Only then did Madame Yun and her daughter know that they were afraid. Therefore, in this world, it was really easy for a mother-in-law to punish her daughter-in-law. She didn't even need to find a reason or an excuse. Madame Yun didn't cherish second Madame Chen's indifference before, so from today on, she was destined to be in deep trouble in the future. Madame Yun didn't dare to shout at second Madame Chun anymore, but in her heart, she deeply hated Jingwan. This was a new hatred that hadn't been settled yet. Jingwan also didn't know. If she knew, she would probably feel very wronged. This enemy really came a little inexplicable. 1-1. What do you think of your cousin Min? And Jingwan was a little confused and didn't react for a moment. Grandmother is saying to let your cousin Min be your husband. What do you think? Madame Luo was full of smiles as she teased. Jingwan was slightly startled. Her first reaction was that this was too fast. Before she came, they were still talking about her marriage. When she went back, they might have already decided on a fiancé for her. At first glance, it's not bad, but because it involves marriage, granddaughter feels that the first impression isn't that important. Jingwan said honestly. As for cousins, that was the norm in this world. Moreover, they weren't considered direct cousins. Their bloodline was diluted by the previous generation, so they were further apart. The possibility of hereditary diseases should also be reduced. And you're right, we're not in a hurry. In the future, grandmother will think of a way to let you two meet a few more times. Let your grandfather help you take a good look. If Wan is satisfied, then we'll settle on him. If not, then we'll find someone else. However, we can't just focus on Mingir alone. While grandmother is still able to walk, you should go to more banquets in the future. As for your grandaunt, I'll also ask her to help you find a suitable candidate. Thank you, grandmother. Jingwan knew that in fact, her grandmother didn't like banquets that much. However, for her, she didn't hesitate to go to such lengths, even breaking traditional etiquette, to secretly help her cover up. How could she not be touched? Her eyes were slightly moist. Madame Luo patted her hand. Our Wan deserves the best. In her previous life, there was a period of time when Jingwan complained that the heavens were unfair. Why did they give her a happy family? But in the blink of an eye, it was shattered. That scumbag loved power so much, but why couldn't he just pretend and endure it for a lifetime? It was fine if he cheated, but for the sake of a fetus that they didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl, he actually harmed her mother. He used all his corruption and perverted the law to keep a mistress outside. Not only that, he was also involved with the underworld, gambling, and drugs. When the higher-ups started to investigate him, he suffered retribution and died a violent death. His originally wealthy family was completely shut down, and there was a pile of evidence. After his death, he was still able to perform meritorious deeds. The underworld leaders were in trouble. When they couldn't find their creditors, they went to them. Grandma had hurt her body to protect her, and for half a year, she had to suffer in despair. Those who had never experienced it would never understand how it felt. But later on, Jingwan felt that she was lucky. She had a grandmother who pulled her back from the edge of the abyss. After her grandmother passed away, she, who was muddle-headed, received spiritual comfort in a different world. What was even more fortunate was that she met another grandmother whose temperament and experience were completely different from her grandmother's, but who also did her best for her. The other relatives around her also treated her very well. If this wasn't considered lucky, then there weren't many lucky people in the world. When she returned to the Luo family, Madame Luo unexpectedly received an invitation from the Sun family's Duchess Ding. It turned out that the Sun Ijia's banquet tomorrow was only a part of the Sun family's banquet. After knowing that the wife of the Minister of Rights was coming to the capital, the Sun family sent another invitation. Before that, Jingwan's aunt, Madame Wang, had already received the invitation. As for the younger generation of Luo Jingying, they were completely unaware of this. They were all proud of receiving an invitation from Sun Ijia. The entire banquet invited almost all the noble madams and unmarried girls in the capital. Chapter 21. No matter what the purpose of the Sun family was, Madame Luo was ready to go. It was not only because of Jingwan's matter. Among the noble ladies in the capital, her status was not low, but she had never appeared before. Now that she was going to the capital, she had to give a signal. The interaction between the ladies in the inner courtyard was also very important. Therefore, even if she didn't like banquets, it was impossible for her to stay at home all the time. This time, it involved a wide range of people, so it was a good opportunity to get to know each other. Maybe she could even meet her former close friends. Madame Luo called her eldest daughter-in-law over and carefully asked about the relevant matters. After learning that Luo Jingying received the invitation alone, she didn't say anything. But when Luo Jingying reported that Madame Luo was going to Duke Dingwa's mansion, Madame Luo nodded. Eldest daughter-in-law, go and prepare. Wan, go back and change clothes. Fifth girl, come with us. Luo Jingying's face changed slightly. Although she wanted to embarrass Luo Jingwan in Duke Dingwa's mansion, after her mother taught her a lesson yesterday, her knees still hurt. She knew that it was not wise to punish Luo Jingwan now. She quickly calmed down. Third sister and fifth sister going with us? That's great. Madame Luo looked at her faintly, neither happy nor angry. Go back and change clothes. Is there anything wrong with granddaughter's clothes? Luo Jingying gently pursed her lips and asked with some apprehension. Madame Luo withdrew her gaze and glanced at her mother, Madame Lu. She lowered her head to drink tea and didn't speak again. Because of this glance, Madame Lu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her gaze swept over her daughter. At first, she didn't think there was anything wrong, but when she saw Jingwan standing next to Luo Jingying, she finally understood the reason. She calmed down, walked to Luo Jingying's side, and took her hand. Going out as a guest naturally can't be dressed casually like at home. Mother, it's also my fault for spoiling this girl. I have to keep an eye on her for everything, so I didn't pay attention and didn't know how to dress. I'll take her back and dress her up well. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Madame Luo nodded indifferently. When the mother and daughter appeared, the others also dispersed. Luo Jingying was pulled away by Mrs. Lu. He was very reluctant to change his clothes, but he endured it and did not say anything. She used to dress like this when she went out, trying to dress as elegantly as possible. In addition, she was quite famous and was sought after by many young masters. These were all her assets. Today, She had spent a long time getting dressed. Back in the small courtyard of Luo Jingying, Mrs. Lu asked the maidservant to take out her clothes and jewelry. When she saw that most of the clothes were simple and elegant, she couldn't help but frown. However, there were also some colorful clothes, so she didn't have to worry. Change into it. Luo Jingying was very resistant. She didn't like the clothes her mother had picked out. If you don't want to go to Duke Dingwa's mansion, you don't have to change. Mother, why? How did I offend that grandmother again? Luo Jingying suppressed her anger and grievance. You always dress so plainly and don't have any jewelry on your body. Outsiders will think that the Luo family cheated you. Mrs. Lu said calmly. Before, when your grandmother was not here, your aunt was in charge. Even if outsiders felt something, they wouldn't say it. After all, we are two branches. Now that your grandmother is here, you are still the same. It's inevitable that people will say that your grandmother mistreats her son. Isn't this better? Good. You know that your grandmother is a kind person who loves her children and grandchildren. She hopes that all of her descendants will be well. Luo Jingying moved her lips. She seemed to understand something. Even if the person in charge was her aunt, in fact, the head of the family was still her grandmother. If her grandmother's reputation was ruined, how could they, the grandchildren, get away with it? Not to mention that their grandmother didn't mistreat them. Even if she did mistreat them, they would hide it well instead of shouting that everyone knew. Luo Jingying closed her eyes to hide all the emotions in her eyes. She let the maidservant change her clothes, comb her hair, and put on makeup for her. Mrs. Lu watched from the side. She wanted her daughter to be beautiful, but she couldn't be gaudy, and she couldn't cover up her previous elegance. It was impossible for Mrs. Lu to be outstanding in these aspects. However, she didn't stay in the Luo family for more than 10 years in vain. When she first got married, she was secretly ridiculed because of her dress. No one specifically taught her. She also watched how others did it. Little by little, she developed a good taste. She couldn't let her daughter suffer everything she did. Mrs. Lu personally chose a hairpin for her and put it in her hair. Well, Inger also looks beautiful in this. Luo Jingying looked at herself in the mirror and then looked at the maidservant's expressions. It seemed that she really looked good. Thank you, Mother. Mrs. Lu nodded. Let's go. Luo Jingying spent a lot of time. When it was time to go to the main courtyard, she seemed to be the only one left. The mother and daughter hurriedly apologized. Old Madame Luo didn't say much and the group set off. Only then did Luo Jingying know that her grandmother and her aunt were also traveling together. Before, I didn't say anything. Was it deliberately to make her lose face? Even if she tried to restrain herself, Luo Jingying's eyes still fell on Jingwan from time to time. Compared with yesterday's dress, there was no one on her body that was the same. Although not everything was expensive, the worst was still comparable to the best on her body. They were both surnamed Luo, and they clearly had the same grandfather, but there was still such a big difference. How could people be at peace? Luo Jingying forced herself to look away. Out of sight, out of mind. The Duke of Dingwa's residence was the true leader of the nobility, and also the only duke title. The entire mansion occupied an area larger than many Juanwang's manors. Not to mention, there were probably countless things inside. Because there were a lot of people today, Jingwan and the others waited in the carriage for more than half an hour before it was their turn to enter the mansion. She didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but the elders and juniors' invitations were separated. When Luo Jingying found out that Jingwan did not receive the invitation card like her grandmother, she unconsciously straightened her back and felt a sense of pride that was hard to hide in her heart. When Jingwan inadvertently looked over, she gently waved the invitation card in her hand as if she was showing off. With a smile, she handed the invitation card over. The granny who received the invitation card smiled very kindly, which made Luo Jingying mistakenly think that she was particularly important to her. Her smile became even more arrogant. Jingwan followed beside Madame Luo with a smile and didn't say anything. Luo Jingying focused all of her attention on her. If she paid attention to other people, her mood probably wouldn't be so good. Whether it was the people in front of them or behind them, These young ladies all had invitations in their hands. Moreover, the materials and patterns of the invitations were all different. It could be inferred that Sun Ija also sent out invitations this time. Moreover, the invitations were divided into different grades. There were probably only a few invitations that were truly made by Sun Ija. The things that were originally precious were actually worthless. Sitting in the small sedan chair, with a very rhythmic sway, they went deep into Duke Ding's mansion. Jingwan reached out to touch the materials used in the small sedan chair. Should she say that it was indeed the Sun family? How many people who could get a bolt of cloud silk would hide it like a treasure? If there was a bolt of cloud silk in the dowry, they would be able to earn a little face when showing off the dowry. However, the Sun family cut large pieces of cloud silk to decorate the sedan chair that was only used in the mansion. Should she say that they were rich and imposing, or that they had a deep background? Jingwan didn't think much of it. She lived a life of luxury and once lived on the streets. In terms of material things, she didn't have many requirements. However, in Duke Ding's mansion, there was an empress who was the mother of the world. Among the princes, Prince Kang's ability wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. Although His Majesty doted on noble consort Su, he wasn't biased to the ends of the earth. Prince Kong was the eldest son of the first wife. As long as he didn't make any big mistakes, the probability of him becoming the crown prince was more than 70%. This family could be said to be full of flowers and unlimited scenery. However, if they were so ostentatious and didn't restrain themselves at all, wouldn't it be like adding oil to the fire? The person who came to greet old Madame Luo was the eldest daughter-in-law of Duke Ding. She looked to be in her early 20s. She had a dignified bearing and a perfect smile. She first bowed to old Madame Luo and then intimately chatted with her. She didn't make people feel awkward when they first met because she was too enthusiastic. Jingwan believed that if it were her, she wouldn't be able to do it even after a few more decades. At most, she would be neither too close nor too distant. This was the attitude most people had towards people who met for the first time. And this person was only 10 years older than her. They could be considered to be of the same generation. As for Jingwan and the other two, she also praised them one by one without bias. Jingwan accepted it generously. Lu Jingying's face was a little red, but she didn't make a mistake. It was probably the first time Lu Jingyu faced such an occasion. She was a little nervous. However, because she was used to being wooden, she looked a little stiff. Chapter 22. To be able to become the eldest daughter-in-law of Ding General Manor meant that she was extremely outstanding. In addition, she had been training in the backyard of Ding General Manor for nearly 10 years and assisted her mother-in-law in managing the household. Her skills and ability were better than most of the elders. Her pair of sharp eyes could be called fiery eyes. She only needed to see the nature of ordinary girls once or twice to know most of them. The number of times Luo Jingying came to Ding General Manor could be counted on one's fingers. She had seen her once, but that was the only time she said a few words. Like most girls, she was impetuous, greedy, and vainly tried to climb up the social ladder. Her inner ability was far inferior to her talent and appearance. Although the Luo family was not a particularly important family, they could not be ignored. If it were not for the fact that her mother-in-law was unable to leave, her mother-in-law would have come to greet her in person. Among the granddaughters of the Luo family, the only one who could catch the eye of this noble woman was the eldest daughter who had already married. But today, she was a little surprised. She glanced at Jingwan without a trace, and then looked at Madame Luo. Madame Luo's bearing was noble and graceful. Her eyes were still bright and spirited, without the slightest trace of turbidity. She was full of energy, chi, and spirit. It did not seem like she had been recuperating and had not come to the capital. Should she say that she was worthy of being the granddaughter that she had personally taught? Yesterday, she heard that this person had come to the capital. She also heard some surprising words from Madame Luo. She said that if Luo Jingying had not chosen to marry at that time, The madam in the backyard of Ding General Manor would have been Luo Jingying. Thinking about it, it was amazing. Madame Luo's choice that year surprised many people. On one side, she was a Tanhua scholar and her family was considered noble. She even had a cabinet minister, but that was in the previous dynasty. When Luo Peishan came to the capital, the Luo family basically had no foundation in the capital. On the other side, she was the heir apparent of Ding General Manor. If it was an ordinary person, they would have chosen without thinking about it. At that time, who knew how many people secretly scolded her for having water in her brain? However, anyone who knew about the situation at that time would probably not think that the Chun clan's choice was wrong. Yes, in their opinion, that was the Chun clan's choice, not his own choice. Speaking of the old madam of Ding General Manor, ever since the death of the old duke a few years ago, she had lived in seclusion and rarely met with outsiders. Even today, there were only a few people who could see her. If they were not Wang Fei and Jun Wang Fei of noble status, then it was the old madam who had a good relationship with her. But old Madame Luo, a complete stranger in the eyes of many people, received the same treatment as them. Those who saw her were all guessing which family she was from to have such an honor. They were also thinking about how to interact with her in the future. Old Madame Luo was also very surprised that old Madame's son wanted to see her. If she saw them like this, they would probably become the target of public criticism. People might even mistakenly think that the Sun family wanted a rope in the Luo family. To the Luo family, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. But old Madame Luo did not panic at all. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. In the battle for the air position, there were a few times when it went smoothly without bloodshed. It would be very difficult for the Luo family to completely stay out of it. When she learned that they were going to see old Madame's son, Wang Shi's heart tightened. She more or less understood the present situation. Although she did not think as thoroughly as old Madame Luo, she knew that this meeting could affect the Luo family. Luo Jingying, on the other hand, was nervous and excited. She had never met the old madam of the Sun family, but who didn't know her respected status in the Sun family? If she could catch her eye, she might be able to marry into Ding General Duke's mansion. What old Madame Luo could think of, Jingwan could think of as well. However, her thoughts were the same as old Madame Luo's. When she could not avoid it, she would face it head-on. She did not think too much and even had the leisure to enjoy the scenery along the way. The pavilions, the winding stream of flowing goblets, and the scenery in 10 steps was probably just like that. The Sun family was really full of flowers. There were not many people here with old Madame Sunday. There were only her 2 old sisters and the few juniors they brought. Those Wang Fei and Jun Wang Fei had already left. The person they really wanted to interact with was Duchess Ding. This old madame's health was not very good, so it was enough to be polite. In terms of status, old Madame Luo naturally had to bow. Quickly rise. Old Madame's son hurriedly called for someone to help old Madame Luo up. Old Madame Luo did not feel anything. She had some friendship with old Madame's son when they were young, although it was not very deep. Old Madame's son was not so calm, especially when she saw that old Madame Luo's face was much younger than hers. Old Madame Luo was clearly older than her. It was not that she was jealous, but she felt a lot of emotions. They talked about the old days, and the scene was even harmonious. It seemed that their friendship was better than when they were young. Jingwan saw that old Madame's son wanted to say something several times, but stopped. It seemed that she had something difficult to say. In the end, she could not help but speak. Back then, was it really your choice, or was it Elder Chen's idea? She did not care about the presence of the 2 old sisters, which showed that they were really close. As for the juniors, they did not know what she was asking, so they naturally did not care. Old Madame Luo was slightly startled. She did not expect old Madame's son to ask this. It seemed that she was quite persistent. She was already so old, so there was nothing she couldn't say. She smiled and said, "Naturally, I chose him myself." Back then, the heir of Duke Ding was very handsome and talented, but she didn't like him. Luo Peishan's family background was far inferior, but she liked him. Her family wanted her to marry down. In addition to the love of the elders and Luo Peishan's talent, the situation at that time was also one of the factors. However, it was not the main reason for her to marry down. Even if there was no Luo Peishan, it would be someone else. She would never marry the heir of Duke Ding at that time. "You are a courageous person," old Madam Sun said. Duke Ding's mansion. How respected was the status? How many people could refuse that honor? Everyone said that she was lucky. Her family background was not the best, and she was not the most outstanding person. She was not even a candidate. But in the end, she got a big bargain. Was it really a bargain? Who knew what it was like to be a mother after marrying into the family? Who knew what it was like to be married for less than 3 months, and her husband took back his sweetheart? Her concubine jumped around and schemed. Her eldest son almost died. She struggled as if she was in a quagmire. She became ruthless and unscrupulous. Her husband took in new favor one after another. In terms of virtuousness, who could compare with her? The sons of concubines came one after another. She raised them well. Even if she won in the end, her husband died, her son became the duke, and she became the most distinguished person in the backyard. So what? After entering Duke Ding's mansion, she had never been truly happy for a day. Luo Peishan only had one concubine son, and he did not like him. Old Madame Luo had not been by his side for many years, and he did not pamper her. Everyone knew that the Luo family was strict, and Luo Peishan respected his wife. That was a blessing. Old Madame Luo was well aware of it, but she smiled and said nothing. All the girls in your family are good-looking. Old Madame Sun carefully looked at Jingwan and her 2 sisters. Jingwan did not want to deal with these shrewd old madams. She bowed her head in a timely manner to show her shyness. Luo Jingying, on the other hand, seemed to feel that she finally had a chance. She faced old Madame Sun with a sweet smile. "Old Madame Sun, you flatter me. Who in the capital doesn't say that Sister Sun is the best?" Duke Ding had 7 or 8 brothers, but old Madame Sun only had 2 sons. Sun Yijia was her only legitimate granddaughter. Sun Yijia was good-looking and smart, so she was naturally very fond of her. She was naturally happy to be praised, even if the person's thoughts were obvious. She smiled kindly and said a few words to Luo Jingying. However, when she saw that old Madame Luo did not ask anything, she knew that this girl was actually not liked by her. If she really cared about her, how could she be so indulgent? No matter how good her own children were, they would be modest and praise other people's children. This was normal. Old Madame Sun's eyes paused on Jingwan for a while, and she also asked a few simple questions. She was less than Luo Jingying and then Luo Jingyu. "I think it's better to ask them to go play. It's boring to accompany us old women here." Old Madame Luo knew that she had to stay to talk about this matter. She might have seen her before because of some persistence, but now she probably had a deeper meaning. She echoed old Madame Sun's words. Jingwan and the others, including Madame Wang, bowed and left. Chapter 23. Luo Jingying smiled brightly and greeted the other girls. They were all people she knew. Intentionally or unintentionally, she isolated Jingwan. As for Luo Jingyu, even if she was stabbed twice by this wooden man yesterday, she still didn't take her seriously. These girls were also smart people. When they thought of their sisters, what else did they not know? However, they didn't let Luo Jingying do as she wished. She chatted with Jingwan and slowly became familiar with her. Along the way, they also talked and laughed. Even Luo Jingyu was not left out. "Has your 3rd daughter been engaged?" When they left the courtyard, old Madame Sun suddenly asked. "When I was in Qian Prefecture, I exchanged letters with my relatives. My 3rd brother mentioned his eldest grandson's marriage earlier. I intend to marry my 3rd daughter to him. A few days ago, she went to the capital to take the imperial exam and lived in my eldest brother's house. I also saw her yesterday. She's a good child. I was about to tell my 3rd brother about their marriage. They will get married in 2 years." Old Madame Luo said. That's a pity. I was thinking that if your third daughter hasn't been decided yet, she will be matched to my brother Lin. Hearing her words, the two old madams next to her couldn't help but show a strange expression. Sun Yilin was the fifth son of Duke Dinghua, the third son of Duke Dinghua's wife, and the elder brother of Sun Yijia. He was 17 years old. Not only did he have a dignified appearance, but his talent and learning made him one of the four heroes of the capital. Among the four, he was the youngest. It was fine if that was all, but his character was also first class. He had never been a virgin. Even Jin Shang, whose attitude towards the Sun family was somewhat ambiguous, really liked him. From time to time, he would call him into the palace to play chess. Every time, he would not return empty-handed. Such a person, even if he didn't inherit Duke Dinghua's mansion, his future was promising. Many unmarried women secretly admired him, not to mention those who wanted to climb up Duke Dinghua's mansion. Sun Yilin was simply a big piece of delicious fat meat. However, because he was too outstanding and his conditions were too good, ordinary people didn't dare to recommend their own family members. Just like the two old ladies who had a good relationship with old Madame Sun, they felt that their granddaughter wasn't good enough for Sun Yilin. Even if they were scratching their hearts and lungs, they endured it and didn't mention it to old Madame Sunday. This was definitely the first time old Madame Sun had taken the initiative to mention it. She must be joking, right? Fortunately, old Madame Luo refused. Otherwise, who knew how many people would vomit to death? Old Madame Sun mentioned such a girl whose father was not prominent and who was not very outstanding. Then what about her own outstanding daughters and granddaughters? The two old madams' hearts stirred. Perhaps this old sister of theirs did not have high expectations for Brother Lin's wife? In their eyes, old Madame Luo refused so straightforwardly because she didn't understand Sun Yilin's situation. Otherwise, even if her granddaughter was engaged, she would have secretly withdrawn. Friendship was important, but sometimes it was a joke. In fact, she knew a little about a young master like Sun Yilin, who was famous in the capital. If Sun Yilin wasn't born in the Sun family, old Madame Luo might be tempted by other families, even if their families were more complicated. However, it was the Sun family. The Sun family was extremely complicated. If she entered such a place, even if her husband doted on her, her Wanwan wouldn't have a good life. Halfway through, Wang Shi was pulled away by someone she knew. She gave Jingwan and the others a few words. Jingwan and the others went to the garden where many young ladies lived. It was built by the lake. There were winding corridors and pavilions built on the lake. In the middle of the lake, a corner of the lake was covered with large lotus leaves. Although it was not the season for lotus flowers to bloom, it looked very charming. On the side, there were hundreds of flowers competing with each other. All kinds of famous products were intertwined. There were also rockery of different shapes. As for the peach forest further away, it was in full bloom. It looked like a fairyland. In twos and threes, women competed with each other. They were either admiring the flowers, feeding the fish, or whispering. However, the place with the most people was quiet. The woman who seemed to be surrounded by stars seemed to be painting. Her eyebrows were lowered, and she was serious and beautiful. Needless to say, that was Sun Yijia. Luo Jingying walked over quickly. After a few steps, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around. Third sister, fifth sister, I saw two good friends. I want to go over and say hello. Look, you go. Don't worry about us. We'll just take a look. Jingwan didn't ask Luo Jingyu and said on her own. This. Luo Jingying seemed to be a little embarrassed. How about we go together? I'll introduce them to you. You sisters have a lot to talk about. Even if you want to introduce them to us, you don't have to be in a hurry. She said, good friends, so they were naturally good friends. However, Jingwan was really not interested in knowing her good friends. Third sister, if you have anything to say, just send someone to tell me. Okay. Jingwan smiled and nodded. She wanted to show a deep sisterly love. At the moment, Jingwan didn't mind accompanying her. Luo Jingying nodded apologetically to the few people next to her and then left. Sure enough, she pulled two good friends and asked them what they were talking about. A girl next to Jingwan suddenly smiled and said, I've seen your second young lady before. She's very protective of your fourth young lady. Why didn't she come with you today? It's almost second sister's big day. Oh, she's embroidering the dowry at home and doesn't go out. I seem to remember that your third sister likes simple and elegant clothes. She's usually like a fairy. Why did she change her preferences today? Your second sister, on the other hand, is quite solemn. Liking good things naturally won't stay the same. Even if it's a preference, it won't always stay with her, right? Second sister is indeed a good sister. If Luo Jingxiang wasn't good, would she be willing to become Luo Jingying's little attendant? If she wasn't good, would she be able to wear old Chen's clothes and become a green leaf to set off Luo Jingying, this delicate flower? How many girls didn't like to be delicate and charming? Every family had a similar situation. It was just that it wasn't obvious. Everyone was well aware of it. Wan Wan. Jingwan looked towards the direction of the voice. It was a familiar voice. Sure enough, it was eldest aunt's cousin Yuan Xiao Xiao. She quickly walked in front of her. Cousin, Xiao Xiao and Jingwan are cousins? The girl who spoke to Jingwan just now was very surprised. That's right. My mother's surname is Luo. Wan Wan and I are blood-related cousins. Yuan Xiao Xiao hooked her arm around Jingwan's arm. Ing Shuang, Wan Wan has become familiar with you since she first came to the capital. Wan Wan and I also hit it off very well when we first met. It's clearly fate. I didn't even know that your maternal grandfather was Luo Shangshu. Zhou Shuang seemed to be a little angry. Yuan Xiao Xiao very ungracefully rolled her eyes at her. We only knew each other before. Our true friendship only happened a month ago. You didn't ask me about my family situation. It's not too late to find out now. Zhou Shuang wasn't really angry. You and Jingwan are cousins, and so are you with Luo Jingying. Why do you act like you don't know her? Otherwise, I would have known that you were related to the Luo family. I don't like her. Why would I bother with her? Yuan Xiao Xiao had actually made it clear to Luo Jingying that they should act like they didn't know each other outside. If she came looking for them, they shouldn't blame her for embarrassing her. Luo Jingying had her own pride. In addition, her mother always wanted to be on good terms with her eldest aunt. Naturally, she didn't dare to make her presence known in front of Yuan Xiao Xiao. You're still like this. You don't even know how to hide it. Zhou Lingshuang was quite helpless with her temper. I can't help it. I'm just like this. Yuan Xiao Xiao said carelessly. Let's go. Let's talk over there. With one in each hand, she pulled Jingwan and Zhou Ingshuang away. She didn't care about the people around her. Therefore, Yuan Xiao Xiao was sometimes really hated by people. Zhou Ingshuang could only wave at them, indicating that they could do as they pleased. Yuan Xiao Xiao excitedly told Jingwan about the no discord, no friendship between her and Zhou Ingshuang a month ago. Jingwan listened quietly and smiled. It was really a small quarrel between young girls. With her age and life experience, it was naturally impossible for her to be as lively as them. However, she didn't mind being a good listener. After talking about interesting things, the three of them began to admire the flowers in the garden. The further they walked, the fewer people there were. As expected of Duke Ding's mansion. What kind of flowers are these? I've never seen them before, but they look really beautiful. Yuan Xiao Xiao reached out and touched the beautiful flowers in front of her. Jingwan smiled faintly and then began to explain to Yuan Xiao Xiao the names of the flowers, their characteristics, their value, and so on. She was not in a hurry and was very detailed. Yuan Xiao Xiao looked at Jingwan in amazement. Wan Wan, you're amazing. You know so much about them. Zhou Shuang also couldn't help but nod. I just like them, so I know more about them. Chapter 24. Young Master Lin. Yuan Xiao Xiao and Zhou Shuang were both surprised and overjoyed at the same time. The two words involuntarily slipped out of their mouths. Yuan Xiao Xiao even restrained her temper and instantly turned into a virtuous lady. Greetings to the three ladies. Sun Yiling greeted. Jingwan squatted and returned the greeting. Greetings to the young master. The two girls who seemed to be infatuated with him returned to their senses and greeted him. However, it wasn't entirely their fault. It was normal for a handsome young master like him to attract the admiration of young ladies. This one is also a lover of flowers. Just now, I passed by and overheard the ladies' conversation. I was so happy that I acted abruptly. Please forgive me. I only hope that I didn't disturb your mood. Sun Yilin was truly apologetic. However, it was obvious who he was targeting. However, the two girls who shook their heads didn't seem to notice. We didn't disturb you. Young master doesn't need to mind. Jingwan felt helpless at their reactions. That's good. Sun Yilin wanted to say something else, but the servant behind him whispered something. Sun Yilin turned around and looked into the distance. I originally wanted to ask the young lady for advice, but I'm afraid I'll have to wait for the next time. I hope the young lady won't be stingy with her advice. Young master is too polite. This one will take his leave first. Sun Yilin bowed again before turning to leave. All right, he's already far away. It's time to return to your senses. Jingwan waved her hand in front of the two girls. When the two girls saw her teasing them, they felt anger in their hearts. They looked at each other and reached out to tickle her. Jingwan hid while begging for mercy. The three of them were in a mess. Which slut is so shameless to openly seduce Brother Lin in public? An extremely arrogant and domineering voice sounded. The three girls stopped and looked towards the source of the voice. A woman dressed in red, her body like fire, was angrily rushing towards them. When she was only a few steps away, the whip in her hand had already lashed out. The whip was clearly covered with thin thorns. If it hit the body, it might split open the flesh. If it hit the face, Jingwan and the others were pulled from behind by someone, and they barely managed to avoid it. It turned out that when they saw the situation, the maidservants and mamas who were not far away hurried forward and pulled the three people apart in time. But when the first whip missed, the second one fell. A maidservant rushed out from behind Jingwan and the others and directly faced the whip. She grabbed it tightly and wrapped it around her arm twice before hugging it tightly. Miss, how can you be so unreasonable? This person was none other than Jingwan's maidservant, Qingju. This maidservant was a little reckless, but she was truly loyal to her master. Whether it was Zhou Yingshuang, Yuan Qiao, or even the woman, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Let go. The woman withdrew her hand, but the whip did not move an inch. No, Qingju didn't care about her bleeding hand and didn't care about the identity of the woman in front of her. She only knew that if she let go, she might hurt her young lady, so she was determined not to let go. How dare you? Why aren't you pulling this bitch away? I don't care if you beat her to death. The group of maidservants behind the woman stepped forward and waved their hands to hit Qingju's face. Jingwan was furious. She already knew who this woman was, but it was really better to see her in person than to hear about her. This was the first time she had met such an unreasonable person. She wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Mammy Gong. Miss, please step back. Let this servant do it. Seeing Jingwan's doubtful gaze, Mammy Gong said, Don't worry, Mississippi. This servant has learned some martial arts. Sure enough, Mammy Gong stepped forward and blocked the maidservants. Just as she was about to remove the whip from the woman's hand. Ryu, what are you doing? Quickly stop. The woman with the youthful voice was flustered and exasperated. It was Sun Yijia, followed by a large group of people. The woman, who had always been calm and aloof, had anger in her eyes and walked faster than usual. When Sun Yijia came closer, Qingju had already let go of the whip under Mammy Gong's signal. When Sun Yijia saw the blood on the whip, anger rushed to her head and she felt waves of headache. She looked around and saw that only a maidservant's hand was injured. She heaved a sigh of relief. Why are you hitting people again? Faced with Sun Yijia, the woman didn't continue to swing the whip. However, her temper didn't subside. Why don't you ask these bitches what they did? They're all lowly creatures who secretly tried to seduce older brother Lin. Don't they deserve to be hit? No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still fly into a rage after hearing this. Jingwan's face darkened. Miss, you should watch your mouth. So you're saying that the bitch is you? The woman pointed the whip at Jingwan. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you try to get close to older brother Lin? Older brother Lin likes flowers. Do you think that you can fly to the branch and become a phoenix just because you showed off a little? Jingwan could still hold back, but Yuan Xiao Xiao was about to explode in anger. She wanted nothing more than to rush up and tear the woman in red apart. Jingwan pulled her back. She was the one who caused this trouble. The other party was of noble status. If they became enemies, they would often find trouble in the future. She didn't want Yuan Xiao Xiao to be implicated as well. However, it was said that beautiful women were the source of trouble. In fact, beautiful women were also the source of trouble. I recognized flowers when I was 3 and grew flowers when I was 5. It can be said that flowers are my companions every day. However, I just arrived in the capital a few days ago, and I don't know many people in the capital. Who am I showing off to? Which noble branch did I climb up to? On the other hand, you, miss, look like someone of noble status. However, you're vulgar and rude. You don't have the slightest bit of propriety and upbringing that a woman of the boudoir should have. If I were the older brother Lin you mentioned, I would definitely stay as far away as possible for people like you. I don't want to be associated with you and make myself look vulgar. The woman in red was so angry that her whole body trembled. You really have guts. You dare to speak to this imperial princess like this. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Jingwan. They knew clearly what kind of person she was. Normally, she was unruly and willful. Whenever she was associated with Sun Yilin, she would become like a mad dog. Naturally, there were also people like Luo Jingying. They were indescribably happy and couldn't wait for Jingwan to thoroughly anger the woman in red. It would be best if she smashed her face with a whip. Imperial Princess? When others thought that Jingwan would give in, Jingwan sneered. As a woman of the imperial family, you should be a role model for all the women in the world. However, with someone like you, other than tarnishing the reputation of the imperial family, what else can you do? You? Unable to restrain her anger, the whip was about to strike again. Li Ruyu, do you dare try? Sun Yilin's gentle voice became somewhat gloomy as he returned. Li Ruyu's hand trembled, and she immediately hid the whip behind her back. When she looked at Sun Yilin, she already revealed a charming smile. Lin Gij, why are you here? Don't you also have guests today? The person who was usually gentle like Jade now had a sullen face. You are indeed vulgar, rude, and rude. Not only tarnishing the reputation of the imperial family, but also disgracing our Sun family. I don't care about your usual behavior, but you are becoming more and more unscrupulous. I will clearly tell you now, even if I, Sun Yilin, become a monk in this life, I will never take you, Li Ruyu, as my wife. Everyone knew that Li Ruyu liked Sun Yilin. However, because the two of them were of noble birth, there were some things that they didn't say. Even though they knew that if Li Ruyu really married Sun Yilin, it would be a waste of a good man, no one dared to say anything. Moreover, the two families didn't make a clear statement, ambiguous and unclear. However, today's banquet seemed to be announcing some kind of decision to the world. Originally, they thought that after today, perhaps Sun Yilin's marriage would be clear. However, before the banquet ended, Sun Yilin suddenly became so resolute and directly tore off Li Ruyu's face, throwing it on the ground and ruthlessly stepping on it. With so many people present, it was impossible to seal the mouth. After today, Li Ruyu would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Li Ruyu was as if she was struck by lightning. Lin Gij, you, I did this all because of you. Why are you so heartless? Don't say that it's because of me. I can't bear this kind of reputation. The little bit of relationship between us was already worn away by you. As for being heartless, can it be compared to you, who casually stains people's blood and takes people's lives? I will personally talk to my aunt and ask her to find 2 etiquette instructors for you. If you can't learn the rules, it's best that you never appear in front of me, so as to avoid making people feel disgusted. A person who is usually modest and polite was even more venomous when he spoke. Chapter 25. You believe Anne's words to coax a 3-year-old child? There should be a limit to self-deception. At this moment, Sun Yilin was really cold and heartless. Seeing Li Ruyu's pitiful appearance, Sun Yijia couldn't bear it. She wanted her brother to speak less, but when she saw Sun Yilin's face as calm as still water and his eyes were filled with anger, impatience, and disgust, Sun Yijia chose to keep her mouth shut. She also didn't like Li Ruyu, her cousin, and didn't want her to be her sister-in-law. It would be best if she could make her give up after today. Otherwise, it would be good if she could change her temper. Brother Lin, how could you do this to me? You can't. Li Ruyu spoke incoherently. Her hair was a little messy, and her expression was a little dazed. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. It's that bitch, isn't it? You've been bewitched by her. You must have been bewitched by her. I want to kill her. Li Ruyu madly rushed towards Jingwan. Sun Yilin grabbed her and gave her a forceful shove. If it weren't for the servant girls blocking her, she would have fallen to the ground. Immediately send your princess back to the prince's residence. Later, I will personally visit Aunt. Oh, the Duke of Ding's residence is really unusually lively today. Before Li Ruyu's people could respond to Sun Yilin, another person interrupted. However, what surprised Jingwan was that even though it was a very pleasant voice, everyone present, including Yuan Xiaoqiao and Zhou Shuang, couldn't help but stiffen. It was as if their natural enemy had arrived. The one with the most obvious reaction was Li Ruyu. She wasn't as arrogant and domineering as she was at the beginning, nor was she dazed after the painful blow. She was like a little chick that had been fished out of the water, trembling involuntarily. What was even stranger was that she frantically wiped away her tears. Jingwan was shocked. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful? Sun Yilin took a deep breath, then turned around. Greetings to the 3 Imperial Highnesses. May the Imperial Highnesses live for thousands and thousands of years. With him taking the lead, everyone else followed suit and paid their respects to the 3 Imperial Highnesses. You may rise. The eldest prince, Prince Kong, helped Sun Yilin up. May I know why the 3 princes have come? As the host, even though Sun Yilin was in a bad mood because of Li Ruyu, he still had to raise his spirits to deal with it. What? The threshold of Ding General Duke's mansion is even higher than the Imperial Palace. Can I step in for no reason? Li Hanyuan said with a faint smile. Among the 3 of them, he was the last one. He shouldn't have spoken, but he didn't seem to take his 2 elder brothers seriously. Sun Yijia could only be mentally and physically exhausted in the face of this living king of hell. Your Highness must be joking. She knew that she couldn't say that, but she didn't dare to follow his instructions. If she dared to say, not high, Li Hanyuan could go in and out of Ding General Manor as if it were his own. Even if it was the backyard, she couldn't expect him to avoid taboo. Do you think this prince is joking with you? Li Hanyuan leisurely walked in front of Sun Yilin. What was Li Ruyu? She was the one who was truly unreasonable. So insolent. Jingwan already knew the other person's identity. The current emperor's 6th son, Su Gui Fei's adopted son, Li Hanyuan, the Jin Qin Wang who was said to have a bad reputation. When he was young, he was a famous devil incarnate. As he gradually grew up, he became the living king of hell. Whoever provoked him would be unlucky. Jingwan knew that if she met Li Ruyu, she would only have endless troubles in the future. If she met this one, she might bring disaster to the entire Luo family. So she lowered her eyes and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible. However, she always felt that there was a line of sight that fell on her from time to time, as if she was being watched by someone. Besides, Li Hanyuan, no matter what his heart was like, he would never let people know that his attention was on Jingwan. He didn't care about Sun Yilin, who was frozen and didn't know how to answer him. He directly walked in front of Li Ruyu. What happened to Ruyu? Did Sun Yilin bully you? Tell 6th brother. 6th brother will help you teach him a lesson. Not to mention Sun Yijia. Even Kong Wang's breathing became sluggish. He was afraid that Li Hanyuan would take the opportunity to make things difficult for Sun Yilin. On the other hand, Rui Wang was leisurely watching from the side. If Li Hanyuan really crippled Sun Yilin, he would sincerely call him 6th brother. Many thanks for Wang Ye's concern. Nothing happened to Ruyu. Is that so? Li Honyuan took the whip from her hand and raised it to gently rub her neck. Although he wasn't clear about the details, but looking at the current situation and thinking of Li Ruyu's personality, it was obvious that the person in his heart was bullied. Then he thought of his previous life, Jingwan's tragic end. This woman also played an important role. With the new hatred and old hatred, Li Honyuan almost couldn't suppress his anger. He really wanted to wring her neck. Sure enough, the lesson he gave her was far from enough. The thin thorns on the whip scraped her skin. It was a little painful, but Li Ruyu didn't dare to dodge. Even if Li Hongyuan's attacks were getting heavier and heavier, she still endured it. She felt that this cousin was like a ferocious beast right now. He could swallow her alive in the next moment. It was more terrifying than ever. Li Ruyu was about to cry, but she didn't dare to. He hated women crying. The more pitiful they cried, the more miserable their ending would be. Ryu, it's not good for a girl to play with a whip. You should be at home copying the women's commandments, learning the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, or embroidery is also good. You are an imperial daughter. How can you do something as degrading as hitting people? Don't do this again in the future, okay? In 3 months, you will let the world know that you are the most qualified imperial daughter, right? He couldn't kill her, but that didn't stop him from using a blunt knife to cut her soft ribs. His voice was so pleasant that it made people feel them all over. It was as if he was whispering in the ear of his beloved. It was so gentle that Li Ruyu almost couldn't stand still. His whole body kept trembling, and he began to stutter. Your Highness is right. Ruyu will definitely be the most. Are you cold? Then go back early. Girls can't be cold. If you hurt your body, what will happen if it affects your children in the future? Li Honyuan lightly interrupted her words. However, the meaning in those words was enough to make any girl feel fear. The most gentle words could be the most deadly poison. Your Highness is right. Ryu will leave. If you don't do as he says, he will most likely make his words come true. Good girl. Li Honyuan took a step back and casually waved the whip in his hand. The tip of the whip cut through Li Ruyu's clothes and hit a maidservant with a bang. The maidservant's clothes were torn and her flesh was exposed. The maidservant let out a short scream and hurriedly covered her mouth. The pain on her body was not important, but the fear in her heart was suffocating. Regarding these princes and princes, Jingwan had a very general understanding from Nanny Gong. This was her first time as a bystander, so she had a more intuitive understanding of them. They were temperamental, cruel, and ruthless. If possible, it was best to never face them directly. If it was someone else, there might be a possibility that this wish would come true. As for Jingwan, she had been targeted by the great demon a few years ago. How could he let her escape from his palm? She still didn't know, so she should enjoy her freedom for the time being. When the great demon made his move, she would suffer. After sending Li Ruyu away, Li Hongyuan's eyes lazily looked around at the people present. There are quite a lot of beauties. His words made many people subconsciously step back. They were annoyed and regretful. Why did they come to join in the fun? Wasn't it better to learn from those who didn't come? Prince Jean, aren't you a hardcore supporter of noble consort Su? Why did you come to Duke Ding's residence for no reason? Li Honyuan saw the crowd's reaction and sneered. A bunch of self-righteous women. He had been blind for a long time in his previous life. How could he continue to be blind in this life? Even if she was really a heavenly beauty, she couldn't compare to a single finger of his Wan Wan. He raised his chin slightly and seemed to look down on the crowd. In fact, he only saw a figure. It was as if he could bury everyone except himself and Wan Wan alive. Then he could hug Wan Wan and do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Li Honyuan was so unreasonable now. His heart was so dark. The feeling of being targeted became more obvious. This time, it was definitely not an illusion. Jingwan frowned slightly. Seeing that the situation was in a deadlock, Prince Kong gave his third brother a look, telling him to discipline this bastard. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.